and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where by the close of play tonight we will have our completed lineup for tomorrow evening's finals night. A reminder that play gets underway from 7:30 tomorrow evening, and you can be here by booking your tickets via dartshop.tv. Now today, Group C reaches its conclusion this morning, but all eyes last night were on Group B, where it's currently Andy Jenkins who leads the way at the top of the league standings. So before we tuck into Group C, here's Henry to remind you of what happened last night in Group B.
The performance correlation into results didn't quite marry up for Jared Cole yesterday. 4 games played, 4 defeats. As for Paul Hogan, his solitary win was against Cole. He showed moments of brilliance, but he'd be looking tonight for a little bit more consistency. As for Dom Taylor, 3 wins from 4, a very solid start to life in Group B. A leg difference of +3 in a totally contested group will be something he'll be looking to improve upon tonight. Well, Ryan was tripping in finesse yesterday. He came at the block flying, beating the 2 favourites to go on and have group honours in his first 2 matches, whilst it was Andy Jenkins who is the man at the top of the pile in Group B. The local boy will be looking to be here for Saturday night's final.
Yes, Henry expertly explained there some superb finishing throughout the course of the night from Andy Jenkins. We can have a little look at the league table at the halfway point. He was incredibly impressive throughout last night's play, wasn't he?
Yeah, even down to his final game where he looked right under it and looked like he was going to lose, and from 2-3-5 hit a max and then took out the 55 in 2, so 2-3-5 in 5, and that was key to seeing Andy Jenkins on top of the table. Highest average of the night came from Ryan Furness with that 60-dart 4-leg match where he averaged 100.20, and Dom Taylor was rock solid as expected. Work to do for Paul Hogan and Jared Cole. You'd have to think that pretty much they're out of the equation.
Yeah, let's have a little look at some of the numbers from last night then. As you mentioned, Jared Cole, probably too much for him to do to make it through to finals night. For Paul Hogan, it was his finishing as well, wasn't it? It was the same story for those 2 players at the bottom of the pile. But the overall average up at 86.28 for the course of the night. Not too shabby at all. Yeah,
high standard, wasn't it? Better than the group previously in the day. And there that was, that Furness average of 100.20. Checkout percentage mainly bolstered up by Andy Jenkins all on his own, I think, there. But yeah, it was a really, really good session. The top 3 are correctly in those positions. Yeah, Group C then. Let's have a look at some of the betting odds for this morning's session. Of course, Josh McCarthy, incredibly impressive. Learned so much, didn't he, from his previous visit to the Super Series. No surprise to see him at 6-4. Carl Wilkinson, rightly, at a very, very interesting 1,000 to 1. You wouldn't really be back in that this morning, would you? No, didn't pick up a point at all yesterday, and he's left himself a little bit too much to do. Very much like Dom Taylor, Josh McCarthy, just absolutely stolid. Nothing particularly spectacular, just rock solid and reliable all session.
Yeah, let's have a little look at the league standings then, with 15 more games to be played this morning. When you have a look at that, Jack Main in 5th. What do you think he'll have learnt about himself and his game when he leaves here?
Yeah, it's been a tough for him this week. It's been very up and down, a little bit inconsistent. He's allowed himself to get a little bit emotionally invested too often for me. I thought Mark Dudbridge was fabulous yesterday. Really did produce some good stuff, hence why we've got those 3 players all locked on 6 points and all identical leg difference, but it is Josh McCarthy's to lose from here, you'd feel.
Do you feel like he's going to be a good front runner today?
I hope so. I hope so for him. I thought he was fabulous yesterday. Winning 4 out of 5 in that type of group was some effort, but he's got a chase impact behind him, and they're going to come for him.
And you mentioned Mark Dudbridge. His 1 average in excess of 90 came in this fixture yesterday against Jack Main. That's what we've got up first. Do you see him putting in those performances more consistently maybe today?
Yeah, I think this is a massive game for both, in terms of for Jack Main to try and get in the mix, and for Mark Dudbridge to sort of try and pressure Josh McCarthy and consolidate his place at the top of the table. Remember, it's only the top 2 from this group who progressed to join Jelle Klassen in tomorrow night's final.
It most certainly is. Right then, let's get the action underway and hand over to Henry Deacon to guide you through the action.
Yes, good morning, Abby. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Friday here at the MODUS Super Series. And we kick off with the final game of yesterday for our first game of the day here today as Mark Dudbridge takes on Jack Main. In yesterday's encounter, it was Mark Dudbridge who ran out a 4-3 victory in a game that was so crucial in the ebbs and flows of the group. The highlight being a 164 checkout en route for the man they call Flash. It was a game that saw 7 maximums. Jack Main in that department by 4-3, but it was 4-3 in the results legs bracket, which is ultimately what the most important thing for Mark Dudbridge, because that put 2 points on the board. 2 points that sees him on to 6 points into third place in the league table. One of 3 players who are on both 6 points and +2 in the legs difference category. It's going to be an interesting day ahead. Josh McCarthy, the spearheaded player at the top of the group, and alongside me here in the commentary box for the Friday morning session, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Hello, Chris Mason.
There couldn't be more an opposite way to describe how I'm feeling now, running on about 4 hours sleep. But I'm sure these boys will lift our spirits and get us revved up and ready to go. And it is tidy opener, Dubby versus Jack Main. It was the final game of the session yesterday, and Dubby just squeaked it, didn't he, with his best performance of the day, winning 4-3. Good performance from Jack Main as it goes. He averaged 87. It was a 91.5 for Dubby. In terms of the odds, they make Mark the 8-11 favourite and Jack even money. And Dubby was against the throw yesterday, wasn't he, in that contest?
And he did have to dodge 1 or 2 bullets along the way, but he also produced some moments of brilliance, including that 164, as I mentioned, on the way down the stairs for you, Chris.
Yeah, that was absolutely stunning, wasn't it? And needed.
Testing.
That's when those kind of finishes really mean something. It's one thing doing them when your opponent's back on in the 300s, but
First leg, it is Mark to throw
doing
first.
it when you
Game
really,
on.
really need to gives you massive amounts of confidence.
All to play for in this group.
21.
You look at the likes of Lauby and Dudbridge, you're expecting a kick today.
Yeah, you sure are. I mean, Jack Main, far
140.
from out of it.
$93. 98.
Edgy looking start.
59.
See Mark trying to loosen the shoulders up. Never easy.
59.
Playing the first game of the morning session. Players would have arrived around about 7:30. Danny Lauby around about 8:30.
78.
PM.
If he was any more laid back, he'd be horizontal.
121.
I think Jack is fully aware that this is an important win. He might catch Dubby cold here, pick up a very important points, because he knows then that once Dubby settles, he's going to be taking points
85.
off players
Jack, you require
at
83.
the top of the table. 66. Beautiful dart. Beautiful
That's game
finish.
shot and the first leg.
15 dart
Jack
break of
Main.
throw in leg 1 for Jack Main.
He's got to try and use this as a vehicle now to kick on for the rest
Second
of this
leg,
game and the
Jack.
rest of the
Throw
day.
first,
He's now got
game
that
on.
positive start that he would have craved. Now he's just got to try and utilise that particular tool.
93.
Well, he knows he can probably afford to just about drop one game, I'd say. But 4 out of 5. If I was in his shoes, I'd be saying to myself, right, 4 out of 5
97.
today. I can have one off game. You obviously try and win every game, but you can afford yourself to
57.
maybe drop 2 points. But outside of that, Even winning 4 out of 5, he'd be leaving it relatively close.
86.
You are new to us. Group C is a 6-player group. 2 get through. Any more than that, then we'd be here all day, wouldn't we?
140.
Might as well be.
I suppose
It
we
feels
are
like we are anyway.
Heard you're getting a restraining order on me after this week.
It is the toughest
49.
session of the week, the Friday morning, of course, because we don't finish the evening session till, well, what was last night? It was around 1:30, wasn't it?
Yeah, I didn't get back through the door till about 2 o'clock.
Wow.
I don't need to lock myself out of my own house, which doesn't help.
99. Jack, you
Mark
require
leaves the 170.
153.
Not seen it this week. Seen it in the scoring phase, not in the finishing.
$39. Mark, you require 170.
The fish and a flash for Flash. A flashy fish.
20.
The
Jack, you
disaster.
require
Just
114.
when he could have put a big hole in that, even not taking it out to leave a 2-darter would have been his worst case scenario, but tops for Jack.
94.
Well,
Mark, you
let's have a
require
Whitlock.
150.
Bit too conventional, that, wasn't it?
96. Jack, you require 20.
Can't afford any mistakes here. 3 in hand. Should be. Ooh, double 5.
That's game shot. And the
held
second
things together
leg.
very,
Jack Main.
very well there, Jack Main. 21-dart hold. Averaging
Third leg, it's Mark
mid-80s.
first. Game on.
More importantly for him, 2-0 to the good. 2 legs away from making the perfect start. And of course, leg difference,
58.
as we know, in Group C, always plays its part.
$98. $62.
A little lucky there. Just the wrong side. The upright separating the two. Will it be punished? There's your answer.
140.
Ticks the average up now to 88.5 for Jack Main.
96.
Yeah, be happy enough so far, especially with the 2-0 lead. It was a very good opening leg. Made a bit of an error there after the first start.
58.
Didn't find the treble 19. Should have been back up on the 20s. 99 leaving 164, of course. But he stayed on the 19s as he did, and hit 5 of them.
85.
Wouldn't have left a finish. Dubby hot on his heels, although it is Dubby with the throw in this third leg. But not for the first time. The
58.
Dudbridge throw under pressure.
The double break, very much a makeable possibility.
Mark played the
40.
match number
Jack
3 was his
Require
opening game
147.
yesterday, which is a little more pleasant. It's around 10:15-ish.
97.
And he got squeaked out with a
Mark, you require
full 3
160.
scoreline to Moreno Blom. Averaged mid-80s on that occasion.
24.
And we've mentioned it, haven't we, with Danny
Jack
Lauby, that there's
requires
certain
50.
players where the opening game doesn't quite suit them, and maybe on this occasion that's the case with Dudbridge, as Main goes for tops for a double break, a
That's
3-0
game shot.
lead.
And the third leg.
And this really
Jack
is efficient
Main.
stuff for Jack Main. 83.5 average, 3-0 lead. He's doing what he needs to do.
Yeah, he's got the double break as well. Got some insurance now and some breathing
Fourth leg, it's
space.
Jack to
Got
throw
that
first.
little
Game on.
comfort cushion. the trouble, 20. And his opening dart.
140.
Great 140.
It's forced Dudbridge's hand.
Well, he's put him under it from the
95.
from the get-go. A 15 dart break in leg 1. And you instantly are chasing, and at 9:30 in the morning, that's not where you want to be.
57.
Now, if you're relying on chasers at 9:30 in the morning, then you are in a bad way.
Good point, well made.
58.
Well, if it's a Red Bull chaser, I'm in.
I got one half of that combination.
60.
I don't know which one sounds better, which one sounds worse.
104 adrift. Yeah, just didn't see how
94.
tight the throw is from Mark at the moment.
$60.
Giving Derby a bit of hope there with only a 60. At some point, Mark will settle.
140.
Maybe it's in leg 4.
At the minute, the danger is that Dubby's going to get a drubbing. He's yet to have a dart at double yet in this match.
140.
And he may not get a dart unless he can find a treble here. 94 left. With a treble 18 to leave himself a dart at tops. And so Jack Main will be hoping to go
49.
loco and Acapulco. He'll be hoping that this game doesn't go on too long.
Maybe looking at a bit of Motown full tops. Should be. And
Game
is
shot. And
a
the
good
match,
guide.
Jack Main.
And Jack Main with a very, very surprising 4-0 win over Mark Dudbridge, who went into that tie as the 8-11 favourite. Jack Main was even money just for the win. I don't know what the odds were on a 4-0 win, but he's done himself no harm at all. He goes on to 6 points and +5 and up to second spot. When we come back, it is Josh McCarthy against Carl Wilkinson.
Well, a fantastic whitewash win for Jack Main in our opening game of the session that's taken him up to second in the table. Josh McCarthy against Carl Wilkinson, top against bottom up next. Things couldn't have gone much better for McCarthy, who's impressively developed and learnt a lot from his previous visit to the Super Series to currently lead the way in Group C on 8 points. As for Wilkinson, well, the complete opposite, really. He found himself 3-1 up on Danny Lauby midway through the session yesterday, playing his best darts of the day, but ended up losing in a decider and from there struggled to recompose. Can he make a better start to today's action and pick up his first win of the week, or can McCarthy stretch his advantage at the top? McCarthy, of course, the 4-1 winner when these two met yesterday, pinning 57% of his doubles. To see how this one unfolds, let's hand back to Henry and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, and it was an impressive performance in their meeting yesterday. It was the penultimate game of the session, which shows me that the darting fitness element of Josh McCarthy's game is there. He averaged just shy of 90 after a very long day. And he is the very, well, when they met yesterday, it was Carl Wilkinson before the off who was the 4-7 favourite. Josh was 5-4. That was around about 9 o'clock in the morning yesterday. Well, roles reversed. Josh McCarthy is now the 4-7 favourite, and Carl Wilkinson has been quoted as 5-4. And on reflection of what we've seen yesterday, that's a very backable 4-7, isn't it?
Yeah, he looked really good yesterday, didn't he, Josh McCarthy?
First, game on.
Just solid throughout, mid-80s averages for the most part. Did go up towards the low 90s as well at stages. The biggest surprise that you actually remembered 9 o'clock yesterday morning.
95.
Well, I've had a bit of a message from Jenks. He said, can you tell Henry to speak a little bit softly, as I've got a bit of a headache
60.
this morning. There you go, you've been warned. Maybe a bit of zen or a bit of nice music for Jenks this morning, who played an absolute blinder last night. So good to see.
40.
Finished like an absolute demon. And the one thing that I instantly recalled when I opened my eyes after shutting them
60.
briefly overnight was that 2-3-5 in 5. That's the way you turn a game on its head.
Fairness, anyone having to spend a night in my company would wake up the next morning with a headache.
100.
Fair point. Well made. God, he had one. Well, not necessarily
85.
a massive shock in the first game, but the manner of the victory was unexpected.
You know, it's a really efficient performance here from Jack Main. 83.5 was the average in the end.
46.
Looked comfortable doing it, and I think now he's won that first game of the day. We've been mentioning it the last couple of days. The first game can swing so much with Jack, and now he's got that win under his belt.
100.
That's probably the vehicle he needs to go and kick on for the rest of the day.
Well, it's put him right back in the mix, hasn't it? He's now sat in second spot. He's got a great leg difference, +5.
81.
Be interesting to see where we are after one cycle of matches.
125. Josh, you require 139.
57, bull, double 16. Ooh, or 42 tops. Shots on.
Begin where you left off.
99.
Not quite.
Very nearly.
Carl, you require 71.
Gives Wilkinson a different look at this 71 though, doesn't it? 18 and tops.
51. Josh, you require 40.
McCarthy didn't really hand out many presents yesterday. When the opportunities came at the outer ring, he would by and large take them. But is he going to create an opening for Carl here?
30.
Yes, is the answer.
Carl, you
They
require
were
20.
loose and lackluster.
$15.
I'm mean, the shackle should be off
Josh,
for
you require
Carl
10.
Wilkinson. He should be playing with absolute freedom.
Anything today is a bonus from his perspective. Quoted 1,000 to 1 to win Group C.
6.
By well, the
Carl, you
complete
require
opposite
5.
token, the pressure is on McCarthy. It's weird when you're out on top, you start to feel the
That's
pressure a
game
little
shot.
bit.
And the first leg, Carl Wilkinson.
And I mean this with the greatest of respect to Josh McCarthy. It's going to be a new found pressure as well for him.
Absolutely.
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
It's how you deal with it.
100.
You don't walk into that practice room humble. You walk in there and go, "All right, boys, you're the ones chasing me today."
Oh, we'll get that later on tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you how someone leads a table tonight.
97.
He's back! Josh being
97.
supported this week by his partner Rach. A lot of supporting and running of competitions back in last year, back at
140.
home base for him.
Swindon, isn't it?
Mm.
Darting hotbed over the years.
134.
Not be too far up the road from Ryan Finesse.
Yeah, not a million miles away.
Big part of the world is Johnny Haynes.
Yeah.
$60. Carl, you require 170. $80.
It's been a bit of a sluggish start from the pair. Yet to see the stratospheric levels that we saw from McCarthy yesterday, which really saw him
100.
steal a march.
Carl, you require 90.
The top of Group C.
Also the home of the very last winner of
43.
the News of the World
Josh, you require 104.
when it was in its original form. Paul Cook, aka Bricktop, winner in 89
56.
stroke 90.
Carl, you require
Fabulous tournament,
47. That's game shot. And the
And
second
in the News of the
leg,
World format, Carl Wilkinson could have
Wilkinson.
walked off the stage as the victor.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? Best of 3 all the way through if you don't know, and from 8 foot.
Third leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
Some fabulous names on that trophy, and we recently lost Mike Gregory, of course, passed away. Winner,
45.
back-to-back winner in 87, 88. Bobby George, the winner in 86. Too many players
44.
won it back-to-back. Gregory, Bristow, Tom Barrett in the 60s.
60.
First winner, of course, Harry Ledbetter, 1948.
140.
A man from Duzz's neck of the woods.
We will see. Does are here next week in the Super Series commentary box.
Oh, I thought he was playing.
140.
You might treat us to a leg of 501.
140.
It was myself, Glenn and Murph next week. Very much look forward to that, but very much looking forward to the action between now and the end of tomorrow night, because I think finals night tomorrow, whatever the combination of players, is going to be something a little bit special.
99. Josh, you require
This game hasn't exactly
145.
been the lightning of the blue touch paper as of yet, but if McCarthy can find a 145, it just stemmed the tide from his perspective as Wilkinson comes back for a 78 for a 3-0 lead, and who really saw this coming?
Bit of deja vu from the last one, isn't it?
129. Carl, you require 78.
Tots are 3-0.
That's game shot and the third leg. Carl Wilkinson.
Every single leg so far today has gone to the player on the right-hand side of the screen. So pretty much the throw is
Fourth leg, it's Carl to throw
academic. Now you're
first.
wondering why we're
Game
talking about
on.
left and right sides of the screen. Now, the way that the throw is predetermined in this format is the player on the left-hand side, so the top of the screen, in this case Josh McCarthy, will
96.
have the throw in the odd-numbered legs. And so Dudbridge losing 4-0 to Jack Main and Wilkinson 3-0 up here. Basically, at the minute, the throw is getting absolutely decimated. What is this for those throwing first in the match?
140.
And my apologies as well. Harry Ledbetter, of course, was from, well, where the current world champion is from, St Helens. The opponent in the final,
85.
Tommy Small, was from Hartlepool.
Ever been up to Hartlepool?
I have. I've done some exhibitions up there. Good people. Salt of the earth.
57.
Proper darts people up there.
Yeah, proper place that. Washington, all those surrounding areas, really nice parts of the world. County Durham.
140.
And we get the Middlesbrough man in next week.
84.
We love the North East here at the Super Series. Paul Nicholson, Glenn Durrant. Colin Osborne will see again, I'm sure, in the near future.
95.
Oh, yes. Aussie will be back for a tilt at the title. So will I for the
60.
Zimmer Frame Week.
Carl, you require 85.
Let's say there'd be no pushovers, but anyway, Tots and Wilkinson
Game,
for 4-0
shot,
win, and who
and
saw
the
that
match,
result coming?
Carl Wilkinson.
It's a first win of the group for Carl Wilkinson. He does it to 0, and look at the celebration there. What a difference the day makes here at the Super Series. Yesterday, Josh McCarthy was absolutely imperious. Carl Wilkinson has turned his fortunes around by picking up a 4-0 success. Moves him on to 2 points in the group. He's got some catching up to do with the rest of the field, but it was a solid opening performance, an 87 average, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. There's not much not to be impressed by there. Josh McCarthy, 0 from 6 on the outer ring. That's going to have to improve as the day goes on. Well, when we return, strap yourselves in because this is going to be a little bit quick. The record in terms of timing to this fixture this week is 6 minutes 3 seconds when Moreno Blom takes on Danny Lauby.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen our second whitewash victory of the session. Carl Wilkinson getting the better of our league leader. It wasn't a classic, but Wilkinson will not care one bit because he is off the mark in Group C. Now, before we get into our next match, we're going to remind you of what happened on the finals night in Week 2 when Owen Bates became the weekly winner and scooped the £5,000 prize. Take a look at this.
This has been of a great standard so far.
First, and we have the very best of order, please. Game on.
They've still managed to keep up with their averages there. Bates just under a ton. Gates just on the 95 there. Fantastic match so far.
Until the semi-finals, that's pretty much been Leonard Gates's
140.
Great start there from Leonard Gates.
$81.
Not the start Bates was looking for, but good recovery on that last start, finding the 57.
140 is only good if he backs this up with a treble 20 of some sort.
60.
And those were three very well thrown darts under the situation. But this is what this young man does.
140.
Well, 6 darts in and we're evenly matched. There's not much in it. 2 treble visit here from Bates is going to see him leave himself a finish.
140.
Superb reply from Leonard Gates.
So a 2 treble visits needed from Bates. Now, oh, not going to find it.
82. Leonard, you require 161.
Disappointed in himself there. So Gates doesn't need to go the bull route on this 161. He can just use this throw to set it up.
97.
Good darts there from Gates.
He should get one dart at double from here, Gates, no matter what Owen Bates does.
174.
Oh, that's fantastic darts from Bates to put the pressure on him here.
Leonard, you require 64.
Another one of those for 32, or is he going to go the 8 tops route?
He's just checking his route. It's double 16 for the match and the title.
32.
He could not get any closer.
There's a match start that's gone begging. So
Owen, you require 24.
Up to Bates now. He's got 3 darts in hand for 24 and the title.
Lovely marker.
Game. And your Week 2 winner of the MODUS Super Series, Owen Bates.
3 is Owen Bates. The debutant takes the win this week.
Right then, rounding off our first round of games, Danny Lauby against Moreno Blom, another crucial game in the context of the league standings and in that race to qualify for finals night. One of these two will move on to 8 points with the win and give themselves a fantastic chance of coming back to compete in finals night. Lauby the winner when these two did battle yesterday, a 4-2 success, getting over the line with a very handy 13-dart leg to make it 3 successive victories in Group C. And from looking down and out to right back in contention, it was also the Americans' 4th win over Blom this week, having dominated this fixture in Group A also. Can he make it 5 from 5, or can Blom put in the type of performance that saw him become the only player of the day to claim victory over Josh McCarthy, that coming with a delightful 102 average? Let's hand back to the chaps in comms to find out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Interesting game ensues. A quick game will ensue between Moreno Blom and Danny Lauby here. Both players picking up 3 wins from 5, as we mentioned in the introduction there. And would you say perhaps his opening game is a bigger one for Moreno Blom than it is for Danny Lauby for 2 factors? First, we know that Danny Lauby can recover if he loses his first game. And secondly, you feel as if Moreno's the one who probably needs to get the points on the board quicker.
Totally agree. Absolutely. Very much like Jack Main in that opening match of the session. You make a big start, it will give you huge amounts of confidence. Where you mentioned it's going to be rapid. Well, rapid Ricky Evans opens the show in the European Tour today. That gets underway at 12 o'clock. We'll bring you all the results as they happen. He's up against Martijn Dracht.
140.
No need to go anywhere else. We'll keep you up to speed with all those results, so you don't have to
60.
hunting around the internet.
Should go Soccer Saturday style and have all the scores at the bottom of the screen.
Well, the women's series as well gets underway tomorrow.
58.
Good luck to our own Corinne Hammond, who will be in action. Well, this is a beautiful start from Moreno Blom. He played some really good stuff yesterday, didn't he? Started the session.
180. Wow. Marino require 160.
Quick fire stuff. I haven't got time to talk.
Not being allowed to spake.
Yeah, started the day with a full 3 win over Mark Dudbridge, did Moreno, then a full 2 win over Carl Wilkinson, then went down full 2 in a real scrappy one against Jack Main. Then recovered really, really well with a 4-1 win over Josh McCarthy, where he averaged 102.04. And makes a fabulous start to this one with a 15-dart hold despite the max from Lauby.
100.
I'm sure we're going to see Moreno again at the Super Series, no matter what the outcome is today.
60.
We've seen him twice here, and twice the Group A doesn't tend to work out for him. But when he gets to Group C, almost this scenario where he knows he's got to do it now, otherwise it's never going to happen at all. We see a different player completely.
Well, he's very much like this modern breed of player that are FDMs, first start merchants. First start is in or thereabouts. He is dangerous.
99.
You could see a perfect example of that in that match I mentioned, where he averaged 102.04, 50% on the doubles, 3 180s.
89. Moreno, you require 107. 51.
Couldn't really split the two, could they? 10 to 11 Moreno, 4 to 5 Danny Lauby.
That's game shot. And the second leg, Danny Lauby.
So quick, it outcatches the cameraman. It's quick fire stuff between this pair. We can't speak.
Game on.
It's all going on.
41.
Important leg. All the same, that for Danny Lauby. It just stops the surge
60.
from Blom.
$59.
Going to pitch an idea, but unlike you, it's not going to cost any more money.
That's no good.
140.
Why don't we have a week where we get the likes of Moreno Blom, Nathan Gervin,
44.
Sebastian Bielwetsky, Jared Cole, Conor Heenahan, people like that. Let's get a next-gen future stars week.
You're a bit slow there, mate. I've already pitched that one in. A Dev Tour week.
57.
Followed by a Challenge Tour week. Maybe begin it at the start of the series, so then give them the second opportunity later on in the phase and what have you.
100.
We've got to do the women's week. Got to be done.
140.
Great for Champions Week because it'd be quite cosmopolitan.
80.
Yeah, maybe just before the match play when
60.
well, the lady players would relish the opportunity of a week in this environment before going to the Winter Gardens.
54.
Do that Dev Tour week just before the World Youth Champs and all the rest of it.
Yeah, it has a bit of symmetry, doesn't it? Bit of continuity.
That's game shot. And the third leg.
Danny Lauby. In the blink of an eye. There's one back-to-back legs. Trailed 1-0, leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on. 100. 60.
players involved in day one on that European tour and the players that have
100.
were regulars here before getting cards. Players like Josh Payne and Aaron Monk, Richie Edhouse,
57.
Graham Usher.
$180.
Absolutely flying now, isn't he?
57. Danny, you require 121.
He's out of the blocks.
81.
Sensibly teeing up the tops.
After a quick start from Blom, Danny Lauby is
45.
now averaging around about
Danny require
95, and
40.
Moreno has regressed somewhat.
That's
And
game
Lauby
shot
nails
on
the
fourth
tops for a
leg.
3-1
Danny
lead in the space
Lauby.
of 13. He's looking like a man that just means business today, Danny Lauby.
Man on a mission.
Fifth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on. 180.
How many times does he do this, Moreno Blom? When you just ask a question, he'll provide you with
140.
an answer. And he continues to give us answers and more answers.
140.
Just for a moment, thought it was in.
100. 85. 100. Moreno,
That's
you
that
require
little move to the left
96.
and squeaks one in.
56.
Tops
Danny,
after
you require
12 for
161.
Moreno, but 161 for the match. There's the 60. There's the 51. He wants the ball. Gets the
Game
ball.
shot. And the match, Danny Lauby.
That's the way you make a start to your day of very good performance from Moreno Blom. All in vain. A 99.96 average for Danny Lauby. 18, 17, 13 and 12 with the 161 kill. That gives Danny Lauby a much needed 2 points, and he leapfrogs Josh McCarthy and Jack Main. He now tops the table. Well, that's our first cycle of games done and dusted. Up next, we move into cycle 2 with Carl Wilkinson against Mark Dudbridge.
welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where over the course of today's play, 11 players are battling it out to make it through to finals night, to join Jelle Klaassen, who's already booked his spot there via Group A qualification. And if you fancy your chances of getting involved with the MODUS Super Series, you can do. Take a look at how you can qualify via the ADC system.
4-1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and 4-2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Yeah, and it was via the ADC system that Dom Taylor booked his spot here at the MODUS Super Series, and he still has a superb chance of booking his place in finals night and being in with a chance of scooping the £5,000 prize. He will be back in Group B action this evening, which of course gets underway from 10 p.m. But back here in Group C, Danny Lauby has just recorded another victory, a 4-1 win, and just have a look at that average, just shy of a ton in that one, getting the better of Moreno Blom. It was Blom who came racing out of the blocks with a 15-dart hold, but Lauby, completely unfazed, responded to overturn the deficit, putting in our first two maximums of the session before finishing in style. That 1-6-1 to get over the line, with Blom sat on tops to get himself back into the contest. 57% checkout success for Lauby in that one, and we can take a look at the league table, and that does see him now top of the table, of course, because of that superior leg difference over Josh McCarthy, who lost his first game of this morning's session to Carl Wilkinson, the man who we're about to see back in action against Mark Dudbridge. We've already had two whitewash wins so far this morning, and when these two players faced yesterday, it was a whitewash win for Flash in that one. But of course, Carl Wilkinson should take a lot of confidence from that opening win of the day against the man who was at the time sat top of the table in Josh McCarthy. It wasn't the highest quality affair, but Wilkinson, as we mentioned earlier, will not care one bit about that, because he was able to get his first 2 points on the board. Let's find out then how this one unfolds and rejoin Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Abby. The question that we will be asking is, how does Mark Dudbridge come back from that opening defeat against Jack Main? It was a 72 average in the end. He didn't get the opportunity to even have a dart at double in that defeat to Main. Whilst for Carl Wilkinson, well, it was complete opposite to the fortunes that he endured yesterday. A 4-0 success, as Abby mentioned, against Josh McCarthy in that opening match of the session. But it wasn't just the fact that he got the better of Josh McCarthy, it was the way that he did it. 87 average, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. That was much improved from what we saw at times from him yesterday.
Well, the finishing has been key today, hasn't it? When you look at all the three winners, all against the darts, but finishing stats of 4 out of 9 in match 1 for Jack, 4 out of 9 for Carl in match 2, and 4 out of 7 for Danny Lauby in match 3. And Dubby will be right on the back foot here.
First leg, it is Carl to throw first.
What you tend to
Game
do is
on.
start to question yourself, and you've got to banish those thoughts to the bin.
How much would you like a stat,
100.
Chris?
Love a stat. Love it.
That last game between Moreno Blom and Danny Lauby was the quickest 4-1 match we've ever seen at the Super Series, completed in the space of 6 minutes and 36 seconds.
You don't really have much time to get a life, but you really do need to get one, Henry. That is staggering, though. To complete 5 legs
96
in 6 minutes. Wow. had legs lost that last longer than that.
There's times that it's taken me 6 minutes 36 to get out the 300s.
100.
Took me 6 minutes to get out of bed this morning.
That was a quick morning for yourself, wasn't it?
Yeah.
85. $97.
Cover shot unneeded. Oh, Wilkinson, I'd love a max here to leave tops. Not going to happen.
60.
Only 60. Opportunity knocks for Mark Dudbridge.
If there's one player that's not going to get dragged down by that opening performance, it's going to be Mark Dudbridge. He's so good at just
135.
decompartmentalising and just putting things to a side and moving into the next match with a fresh figure. Well, we saw a 140 from Wilkinson yesterday.
120.
And we were oh so close from seeing a 160
Mark,
to
you
start
require
here.
46.
It was spectacular, that 140, wasn't it, yesterday? 60 tops, tops. It's tops for Dubby. For the break, double 10. Yes.
That's game shot. And the
15
first leg.
dart
Mark
break
Dudbridge.
of throw after seeing Carl Wilkinson go oh so close to the tops off 160.
Second leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
There's a little bit of love on the stage. A little bit of a hug and an embrace. That's why we keep the cameras off in the commentary box, because no one wants to see us do that.
There'll be none of that going on here, pal.
40. 58.
None of them Fisher them in this comms box. Certainly not in this seat.
$59.
I've got to try and find a way of working that back to darts. I don't know how, but we're going to anyway.
134.
This is a much better level from Carl Wilkinson. I know this is only midway through the second leg, but the average is 93.2. As you mentioned, 87 average in his opening game. When you look at the averages it was putting in yesterday, it was in the
100.
region of the 70s at times. There was a 71, there was a 74 in the mix, an 85 as well. But this is a much improved level of
99.
performance from the sword.
Yeah, he's a much better player than what he displayed yesterday. We all know that, but that's darts. It's very much all on the day, and it's very easy in this environment to
59.
get slightly bogged down. We've seen it by pretty much everybody this week, with the exclusion of probably
60.
Dom Taylor and Josh McCarthy. Very much Jelle Klassen, who is enjoying a couple of days' rest.
95.
You say a couple of days rest, just a
Carl, you
couple of
require
days where he's just going to do a bit
150.
more practicing.
Yep, well, they've rented a house, himself and Moreno, and they've got a full setup there. I love to
98.
hear stories
Mark, you
like that,
require
mate.
148.
They were actually, well, they actually both attended the tournament Wednesday, but on Monday and Tuesday, they went back to their house from here, had a spot to eat,
92.
and had a practice on the night.
Carl, you
That's
require
commitment
52.
for you. I'd have been falling out the spoons.
20.
Falling or
Mark, you
thrown?
require 56.
None from three on the doubles now for Carl. Missed tops in leg one. Missed
That's game
another
shot.
couple of
And the
darts
second
here, and he
leg,
finds himself
Mark Dudbridge.
2-0 down. Dubby consolidating the
Third
break
leg, it's
with
Carl
a
to
hold.
throw first. Game on.
Could be 2-0 down. Finds himself 2-0 up. Should be 1-1.
58.
And could this keep up a chain in terms of a pattern of results? Because the first 3 games have gone to the player who has started the game by throwing
83.
second. Jack Main throwing second against Mark. Carl throwing second against Josh. Danny throwing second against Moreno. Now, we do sometimes see these little patterns of play
140.
emerge, which is why we sometimes keep tabs on these things quite early on in the session.
Yeah, only just over half the matches yesterday were for one with throw, and I think that's just the nature of this group.
139.
See, on some sessions it'll go 10, maybe 11 of the 15 matches
133.
go with throw.
Sometimes you just see sessions cancel each other out. I remember doing a session in Group B just before Christmas where all the players were locked level on 4 points after the first night's play.
57.
There wasn't
Carl,
enough
you require
notepads in the world to
170.
try and keep up with the scenarios there.
59.
Oh, double Nelson.
Yeah.
Should get Charlie Courtsford to do a
134.
dance.
Carl, you require 111.
Lovely cover from Dubby. Changes the look of the leg.
99. Mark, you require 88.
We've already seen a couple of bagels this morning. Are we on the cards of seeing another? Maybe, if Dubby can find the bullseye.
63. Carl, you require 12.
So Wilkinson double 6 to get a chalk on the board.
That's game
And
shot.
there it
and
is.
the third leg. Carl Wilkinson.
But it's only a hold, so Dudbridge still holds all the aces in this match.
Just about right, that 2-1, I think.
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Mark's been marginally the better player, but he hasn't been dominant, has he?
$100.
You picked up on it quite early, Dubby, not the kind of player to carry over a poor performance.
136.
As you rightly said, he's banished the negatives, left them in the practice room, even if there was any negatives.
84.
Dudbridge would have seen this, done it, and worn the T-shirt on many occasions. This is nothing new for him. Whereas perhaps with the likes of a Jack Main or some of the other younger players that we see here at the Super Series, that can be a new experience. And so because of that, we sometimes just see a little bit of a quibble and a wobble.
44.
It's why I really liked what Owen Bates did last week, and that was taking the advice of anyone or anything he could in that practice room. I really, really liked that.
100.
Well, if the advice is there and available and worth a listen, take it on board.
43.
At his stage, in his his career is in its infancy, really. It's all about adding tiny percentages over the next few years.
60.
They'll all add up to a very lucrative career. Well, who's saying he doesn't take away the 20 grand in week 13, Champions Week?
100. Carl, you require 120.
Not bad for a 20-year-old young man at all. Well, it'd be 25,000 plus the appearance fees, which would probably be
60.
closer to 30 grand.
Yep.
Mark, you require 130.
Have to do a month's work for that. Well,
Some
not,
paper out.
not quite.
Carl, you require 60. That's game shot. And the fourth
And
leg.
we have
Carl
a level
Wilkinson.
game. Back-to-back legs for Dubby. Legs 1 and 2. Back-to-back legs for the sword.
Fifth leg, it's Carl to
Legs
throw
3 and
first.
4.
Game on.
Advantage, Wilkinson.
He's shaved off the lead that Dudbridge had.
140. $96.
But this is the point of the match where Wilkinson's got to be razor sharp. He's got himself back into the match. He doesn't want to let that opportunity pass him by now. Be some starts of the day, it'd be 2 wins from 2. And it would, well, it'd just keep him at least interested spectator. He's got a lot of work to do still, of course, but...
I mean, it's mathematically possible, just unlikely. I say that he could become the ultimate spoiler, couldn't he?
There are plenty of communications today. I've had a message from Lee Evans, who is tuning in while he's practicing, supporting his mate, Josh McCarthy.
100.
Yeah, and so we saw it Champions Week, didn't we, in Series 1? All the way through to the Championship night. Now a PDC tour card holder, another one of those Super Series success stories.
140.
Yeah, Lee Evans played
require 64.
the same Champions Week as me, didn't he?
Actually, the winner of the last full week we had in
32.
Southampton.
Mark, you require 106.
Kieran Tian will have the record that will probably, well, will never be broken, is the fact that he won a week in 2 different venues.
70.
Unless you hire Wembley
Carl,
Arena
you
out for
require
a Saturday night, that
32.
won't be changed. 2-8 to 3-2, and the ultimate turnaround.
28.
Yeah, that was for 3 on the spin.
Mark, you require 36. That's game shot. And the 5th leg, Mark Dudbridge.
There was no messing around at all, was there, for Mark Dudbridge? And that is another break of throw, which means he is going to throw for this game.
He's a little bit more sedate in
6th
terms
leg,
of
Mark to throw first.
tempo.
Game
I wonder
on.
if that's a conscious decision in this one. He's just a little bit more measured, in fact. Jinx has commented, I know he's going slower than Henry to the
140.
bar. Well, I echo those sentiments, Andy.
Now that is unfair. That is unfair.
100.
Deepest pockets in the Super Series.
Oh no, it's not quite Charlie Corsafine territory.
134.
Pockets go all the way down to his shoes.
59.
Size of his shoes, I think he keeps all his money in them. Oh, this is good from Dubby.
140.
For the record, I'll have you know that I have paid for a rather expensive, well, expensive-ish curry and a
96.
night out once.
Mark, you require 87.
I'll have to do it again when you're privy to the company.
Oh, yeah. Dead Andy, I wasn't there. Top stuff, H.
71.
Yeah, sensibly not getting involved in the double 9.
$137.
Well,
Mark, you require 60.
for a complete reversal in fortunes from game 1 to game 2. Dudbridge wants double 8. Oh, that's a little bit awkward, so he's going to have to move all the way across the oche. And then he smacks one between the sticks as Mark Dudbridge gets the better of Carl Wilkinson by 4 legs to 2. Dudbridge raced into a 2-0 lead before Wilkinson created a mini comeback, but Dudbridge then ran out the last 2 legs to run out a 4-2 winner. An 89 average, 4 out of 10 on the doubles. A much improved performance from Mark Dudbridge from what we saw in the opening game of the day. For Carl Wilkinson, 88.16. That's actually a better average than what he provided in his opening success against Josh McCarthy. So promising signs for him, although it was a defeat that time round. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see Jack Main in action against Danny Lauby. It's battle number 5 for them this week.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Well, Jelle Klaassen is going to be here tomorrow, and you can be too. Head to dartshop.tv to book your free tickets for finals night. All the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. and it promises to be a cracker. Well, Carl Wilkinson deserves immense credit for the way he's acquitted himself on stage this morning after what happened to him yesterday. Performing at a much higher level probably left himself too much to do in terms of qualifying for finals night, but positives for him to take. As for Dudbridge, much improved from his opening display, and he's moved on to 8 points in the league standing. Next up, Jack Main takes on Danny Lauby for the 5th time this week. Lauby was the 4-3 winner yesterday, making their head-to-head for the week 2 apiece. Both started the day convincingly with incredible victories. Lauby with a stunning 161 to complete his win over Blom, averaging just shy of a ton in that one. So to get this one underway, let's rejoin our commentary team of Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Abby. And the bookmakers are saying, well, we can't make our minds up, so you make the minds up for them. And so I'm going to ask Chris Mason what his pick's going to be in this one, both 5 to 6.
Well, after what I've seen so far today, it's hard to look past Danny Lauby in this one when you compare and contrast. Jack Main won 4-0 against Dubby with a 83.5. Danny Lauby defeated Moreno Blom 4-1 with a 99.96, including a spectacular 161
First leg, it is
to
Jack
win it.
to throw first. Game on.
Their tie yesterday. Lauby edged it despite having a 10-point higher average. 4-3. But one thing we know about him, he tends to get better as the day goes on.
We both mentioned in the little advert break that we had between matches that once Lauby establishes his level, he doesn't by and large regress from that. There'll be a dip, maybe two or three points one side or the other, but it won't be a massive dip. There's no dipping at all. This is the perfect start to the match for Danny Lauby.
Well, the nine's been threatened on a couple of occasions this week.
59.
Come on then, H,
Danny
call it in.
141.
No, I'm not going to call it in.
26.
How'd you go 180, 180, 26? Too much adrenaline coursing through the veins.
That was red line darts, wasn't it? 180, 180, 26.
Danny require 115.
119 would have left the requisite double, but this is a flying start for Danny Lauby, and it's had to be because Jack Main himself, with the throw, has left himself on 105 after 12. And despite his fantastic start, he may not even get a dart at the double.
How often do we see it? Players on a 9 go on to lose the leg.
Danny require 28. That's game shot.
Not this time. A beautiful 13 dart break of throw for Danny Lauby. Back-to-back 180s, putting down some marker.
Second leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on. $59. 140. 99.
Saying all week that Danny Lauby, if you actually probably correlate the numbers of performances together, has probably played the best stuff on a consistent basis and hasn't had his rewards. Maybe today he's going to...
100.
It looks as if he's going to find another gear from what he's produced this week. And if he does that, well, no one's going to touch him.
Yeah, don't be shocked to see him go through the card.
93.
He has those levels.
$140.
They are on display right here in this one.
But credit to Jack Main, he's going with Lauby.
81.
Well, he's averaging a ton, isn't he? And
require 103.
it's currently sat at 108 for Danny Lauby. However,
53.
Here's a chance for Jack to hit straight
87.
back.
And it is Jack back. It's Jack with a break back to level us up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw
Very
first.
well.
Game on.
Executed finish on the 87 to get that break back.
140.
Proper game of darts this so far.
This is more than tight. Let's have a look at the
60.
averages. Well, that 60 is just bumped about 5 points on the Lauby average. Jack Main, pretty much ton on the nose. Lauby just under 98.
134.
And we have been blessed with some astronomical numbers, some excellent darts this week. We might be seeing another brilliant match. That's Lauby's third, and we're only in the third leg. Of course, he went back-to-back at the beginning of the match. We'll make that 180 number 4 of the game, and now, at this juncture, we are looking at potentially record 180 numbers territory.
60.
Yeah, we're on the pace.
Jack, you require 47.
Pace being the operative word with these two. Tops are 2-1. Would have been for a 12. Not, it's going to matter too much because he's going to come back with Lauby on 201.
83. Jack, you require 20.
13 data.
That's game shot and the third leg.
And so
Jack Main.
a 14 dart hold, our first hold of throw. Both players hitting a max in the leg.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw
Now
first.
it's Danny's
Game
turn
on.
to try and hit back.
58. $60.
I like what I'm seeing, not just from a on-board perspective, but an off-board perspective from
83.
Jack Main today.
$96.
Just looks level-headed and in check, doesn't he?
Yeah, looks switched on today. I think we've seen pretty much
125.
every version of Jack Main this week.
$137. $96. $60.
Oh,
Danny,
real
require
chance for Lauby
139.
to level. There, take a
59.
99 there after that opening dart, but
Jack,
only
you require
59
148.
may only get one dart at a double.
$83. Danny, you require 80.
2 apiece. 1 dart.
40.
Well, that's just come off the barrel of that second there, didn't it? Just a little
Jack,
bit,
you
which is
require
kind of
63.
sent it as high up the bed as it did. It's going to be the solitary dart.
Picks tops. Steps back, refocuses, stares it down. Not even a blink. And
That's
there's the
game
result.
shot and the fourth leg. Jack Main.
That is 3 on the spin for Jack Main after Danny made a dynamite start to this one.
Fifth leg, it is Jack.
I'm going to
to
give
throw
you a
first.
hypothesis
Game
here.
on.
By the end of the next game between Josh McCarthy and Moreno Blom, we could have a 5-way tie for the lead.
60.
2's company, 3's a crowd, 4 is awesome, 5 is just carnage.
Yeah, that 5 has got to
60.
get into 2 somehow.
It's the worst Spice Girls tribute act ever when 5 become 2.
134. $92.
Danny maintaining an average into the 90s, but just nowhere near enough at the moment.
96.
Jack Main throwing like he just won't be denied. Averaging 95.24. The finishing 3 from 8. Trouble 17 to leave tops.
123.
Perfection.
And once again, Danny Lauby's playing well in a darts match
140.
and could find himself on the wrong end of the scoreline. He's averaging 92, and if this 88 goes, he's going to find himself on the wrong end of a 4-1 scoreline in a performance where Jack Main being in periods. Well, yesterday, Danny Lauby told Jack what was left. It's 68, Jack. It's the ball, Jack. And almost the game for
58.
Jack.
Danny, you require 150.
He's going to return for double 15 for a 4-1 success. It's
125.
been a good day so far for Jack
you
Main. He's
require
put
30.
11 points on his first game average. Is it going to be a similar result?
That's
It
game,
will be,
shot,
because
and
Jack
the
Main
match,
has picked up
Jack
another 2
Main.
points. It moves him on to 8, and it means we've got a 4-way tie now at the top of the league table. And because of the margin of victory for Jack Main against Danny Lauby, they trade places. Jack Main is the man at the top of the table, and by some considerable margin. 6 points now on the legs difference in his favour. 8 points to his name. A 92 average. Danny Lauby, 93 average, 318. It's 50% on the doubles, but yet was only good enough for 1 leg. Superb standard here at the Super Series. And when we return, we're going to see Josh McCarthy in action against Moreno Blom. If Moreno wins that, well, we're going to have probably the most exciting run to the line we've ever seen in Group C. So do stay tuned to us after this short break.
Well, what a fantastic contest we have just witnessed. Main put in almost 10 points on his average from his first game. He's now won 2 out of 2 today, dropping just 1 leg in the process. Josh McCarthy and Moreno Blom are next to do battle this morning. McCarthy missing all 6 of his attempts at the outer ring in his opener today, with an average a shade over 80. As for Blom, well, he made an impressive start against Lauby, a 15-dart hole to kickstart his morning session, but from there struggled to live with Lauby, who averaged just shy of a ton in a 4-1 win. It was this fixture yesterday that produced the highest average of the session, of course. Blom posting a 102 in a 4-1 win with 50% checkout success and 3 180s. Given how congested the league table is at the moment, this is another big one. Blom could potentially leapfrog his opponent with a strong scoreline, but McCarthy can put himself back in pole position to qualify for finals night if he's to pick up the points. So let's tuck into this one then and rejoin our commentary team.
Yeah, thank you very much, Happy. And we both like the look of Moreno Blom in this particular encounter. Just the level that he's been playing at the last couple of days. He's finding a consistent gear. Maybe that first game for Josh McCarthy, that defeat to Carl Wilkinson, it maybe gave us a lot of question marks against his name that perhaps we didn't have at the end of yesterday's session.
It's a slightly different dynamic, topping the table overnight and coming in as group leader, and didn't look to have handled that particularly well in match 1. As we've seen, though, from Dubby, things can change in game 2. And this is the final game of our second cycle. At the completion of this one, all the players will have 3 to play. An opportunity to collect a further 6 points. Right now, we've got 4 on 8 points. A win here for Moreno Blom. And we'll have 5 all log jammed together on 8 points.
40.
And which will mean we'll be getting our fingers and our toes all ready to count the scenarios up.
140.
The abacus will be out.
Probably have to buy a spare as well.
The abaci then, wouldn't it?
140.
You should know that, Mr. University Education.
60.
In fairness, if you actually see what happens at uni, it's not as sophisticated as you think it is.
I know. My missus's daughter is currently in uni. Well, I think they go now and again.
100.
Seem to spend half the time in the pub.
Half the time, not doing it properly.
59.
There's some probably non-broadcastable stories I could tell you about that university experience.
Yes, Henry, I was probably doing similar when I was about 12.
83. 60.
6.
Joshua
It's
require
important that
138.
Josh tries to stamp his authority on this game right from the off. 20 leaves tops.
41. 140. Joshua
Good
require
pressure
97.
from Moreno.
Oh, hello. Double 19, double
Game
top.
shot and the first leg. Josh McCarthy.
From the bottom of the board to the top. And no messing about for McCarthy.
That's exactly what Josh will have needed, just to steady the ship and
second leg is Marino to
settle
throw
things
first.
down.
Game on.
Single 19, double 19, double top. 18 dart hold.
$60.
Moreno Giovanni Blom.
60.
Got to be a bit of Italian in there somewhere, hasn't there?
I'll be calling myself. I think if my middle name was Giovanni, I think I'll be swapping what I'd prefer people to call me around.
60.
Actually lives in Winkhaven in Utrecht. Beautiful
100.
part of the Netherlands. About 12 miles or so, I think, south of Amsterdam.
47.
You been to Amsterdam, Henry?
Not yet. Not yet.
We'll have to sort that out, pal.
100.
Gonna have a bit of an Amsterdamer weekend.
If that's the case, I won't be here for the Monday 9:30 session.
No. You'll be lucky to make the following Monday.
98. Marino,
Especially if I take you.
120.
You might not come back.
No score.
Oh, dear. What have you done there, pal? Shouldn't have been anywhere near it. I have to watch that back. I'm not sure if it caught the flight and got drawn in. But people say you can't fluke at darts, obviously.
100. Marino, you require 120. 60.
Good news is he couldn't have bust it after the second dart.
Yeah.
Joshua require 136.
Another. for double eight, for a 2-0 lead, for a blockbuster finish.
So
Moreno, you
close,
require
literally
60.
right on the wire. Wow,
40.
made an absolute mess of this leg, hasn't he?
Josh, you require 16.
Nudge that cross, just a little bit more, has to move across the oche.
No score.
3 well-thrown darts,
Moreno,
but
you
neither
require
could find its
20.
intended target. And so Blom is back for double 10. Now up for 5s to level this
10.
game up, but he's had opportunities and the chances have come and gone. From 120
Josh, you
downwards,
require
it's
16.
been a little bit of an unravelling in this leg for Moreno.
And he looks absolutely deflated.
Eight.
Wow. Does anybody want it?
Moreno, you require 10.
I think this leg took longer than the Lauby against Blom match, didn't it?
6.
Lose never lose, but not on this occasion.
Josh, you require 8.
Moreno Blom just stares at the scoreboard. He's not going to make a jot of difference, pal. As McCarthy looks to double his lead. And now he's staring down the barrel of double 2.
No score.
And now he's going to have to go back
Moreno,
to
you
the
require
start if he
4.
comes back.
That's game shot. And
He's
the
not.
second leg.
And Moreno Blom, well, 29 dart holder throw. We don't often see many of them.
Was a 29 dart holder throw.
Third leg, it is Josh to throw first. Game on.
Wowzers. Well, that's an average killer.
$121.
Probably for the best we don't look at the checkout percentages.
100.
Yeah, I had correspondence from Josh's partner, Rach. Josh is Swindon based. He's based in Aylesbury, does some
83.
tournament work up there. Same part of the world as Adam Mould, who we saw here at Champions Week last time out. I know he does a lot of involvement in terms
96.
of running ADC events.
Yep. I've got a tremendous workforce behind that.
60.
Spoken to people who have attended many of the events and they absolutely love them.
98.
They use this darts atlas on their phones. They know exactly all their numbers, what time they're on, what board they're on. Part of technology, I think, is absolutely superb for our sport. I can assure you there's nothing worse than being
100.
on the end board where there's a old ropey speaker and you've got someone screaming down a microphone. Last call, board 7, Dave Jones. You're like, oh, please, just as you're going for a double.
Tops was the route for McCarthy there. Wasn't quite
82.
executed this time.
54.32 will be the route for Moreno Blom. And he gets it.
And the third leg.
Oh, from
Moreno
the
Blom.
ridiculous to the sublime. A 14 darter, less than half the darts used in the last leg.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno
And
to
it
throw
gives him
first.
a
Game
2-1
on.
lead.
140.
Surely, if you're looking for a nickname, it should be the Italian Stallion with a middle name like Giovanni.
That could lead to all sorts of connotations.
No negative ones, though, H.
45.
I think we should move
Better
on.
than being the Studley from Dudley.
180.
Beautiful visit. 140 backed up with the max.
$58.
How quick the game can turn. Seen it last night, didn't we? In that
44.
absolute thriller between Andy Jenkins and Jared Cole.
140.
How unlucky
Marino
was
require
Jared last night? We
137.
reflected upon the numbers, didn't we? Afterwards.
Did a bit of a Lauby, didn't he?
Oof. Even Lauby would have said that's unlucky.
97.
Take out that game against
89.
Hogan. The performances are very good. It was just unlucky. A bit of timing at points in crucial moments. And then, well, the last one against Andy, well, that's enough to sink any heart.
58.
Especially the
Marino
final
require
5
48.
darts.
28.
Oh, from too many broken hearts, where there's been too many broken darts in Group C so far. Only seen one of our matches go with throw.
Jason Donovan.
100. Marino, you require
Was Kylie
20.
Minogue on that track as well, or was it just Jason Donovan?
That's game shot and the fourth leg. Marino
Just looking
Blom.
at you and thinking, Jason Donovan, pal, that's all.
He's now flogging lottery tickets.
Fifth leg, it's Josh.
Well,
to throw
Moreno
first.
Blom will be
Game
hoping to be
on.
in the raffle. That is qualification through Group C.
Going about it the right way. From 1-0 down and, well, should have been 2-0 down.
85.
He's now 3-1 up and 1 leg away from a massive 2 points.
60.
And that will be back-to-back defeats for Josh McCarthy. And we will have that scenario of 5 players locked at 8 points. Each player with 3 games to play.
You've got to go out to the balcony after this match. If Moreno wins,
100.
how on earth do you try and decipher that on the balcony?
Yeah, it's a tough one.
81.
Not something we've not seen before. That amazing week where James Richardson lost 5-0, won 5-0, lost 5-0, won 5-0.
140.
The nature of this sport. Predictably
100.
unpredictable.
Wouldn't want it any other way. Be a bit boring if you knew the outcome. You may not know the
Yes,
outcome of this match.
As good as Taylor was during that era, it was a
136.
little too predictable. That's why I
26.
say I don't think the game's in a better place
Joshua
right now
required 40.
at all levels, especially the top level.
That's game shot. And the fifth leg, Josh McCarthy.
Well, it was a 13 darter, wasn't it, Henry?
Yeah, much improved from the pair since that little bit of a
Sixth
squiffy leg.
Marino to throw first. Game
Yeah,
on.
a little bit of a wobble.
140.
And Moreno Blom will know this is the leg. This is the one he has the darts in to seal the win. And he's kicked off 140, which has forced McCarthy into a good visit.
In credit to them, that leg that was won in leg 2 in 29
60.
darts, and both players are still averaging around about 80.
We saw it in that Hogan-Cole
43.
game last night, where that one leg where they both struggled, and it kind of caught on as a running theme for the rest of that particular match.
Yeah, not so here.
96.
Outside of that 29 darter, we've had an 18, a 14, a 17, and a 13.
41.
Again, Moreno Blom is leaving himself vulnerable.
Just keeping the door open for McCarthy, and he's looking to batten down the hatchets.
100.
And suddenly Moreno comes up dry.
41.
It's advantage McCarthy against the darts. Very much so now. And the tide in this game is for the turning.
180.
It's a swing in the favour of the Swindon man.
100. Joshua requires 65.
We had a 13 darter in the last. Can he get this leg done in the space of 5 visits. The dart's meant to go towards the board, Josh. Back we go to the Benjamin Button.
32. Moreno, you require 136.
So Moreno Blom, 136, is looking to win it in style. Not going to be this time. And so McCarthy has the
58.
chance now. 133
Josh,
to
you require 33.
send us all the way to a 7th and deciding leg. 2 16s. Here's the double of choice. Is the
That's
double that
game
is
shot. And
found
the sixth
for the
leg.
break of foe.
Josh
And for the
McCarthy.
first time today, we're going all the way to leg 7.
Battled well here. Josh
Seventh
McCarthy
and final leg.
levelling
It's Josh
things
to
up
throw first. Game on.
and has the darts in the decider.
$100. $96.
Josh McCarthy goes on to win this. It'd be definitely one that Moreno Blom will feel that's got away.
And the context of a group so tight, it could feel like the group may have got away from him.
59.
Well, it's an opportunity, of course, for Josh to re-establish himself as the table topper.
59.
To stamp his authority once again.
140.
If he gets on to 10 points, he may feel as if he's got a couple of toes into tomorrow night's final.
85.
Far from a done deal, but he would have put himself in such a good position, such a promising position to push on for the rest of the day. And he's running towards the line.
83.
Well, 12 points should put him there or thereabouts, so a win here, and his next match
100.
is a tough one against
Josh
Dubby.
require 119.
And he has Jack to play, and then Danny to play. So he's got a tough run in this match. Very,
59.
very important
Moreno, you require
in the context
161.
of Josh McCarthy qualifying for tomorrow night's
94.
final.
Josh, you require 60.
And so it should be 2 darts at tops. For Josh McCarthy to move on to double figures
20.
and to reclaim top spot, but the chances have come and they've gone. And so Moreno Blom now is going to get his chance.
Moreno, you require 67.
His opportunity. And if he claims this, we'll have a 5-way tie at the top of the group, and he knows the significance of this moment. He is taking his time upon the approach to the board, and he's missed the single number. And so it's going to be a solitary dart at the
32.
bull.
Josh, you require 40.
And so McCarthy returns.
Game.
And McCarthy
shot.
wins.
And the match, Josh
and moves on
McCarthy.
to double figures in the group. He is the table topper once again. He moves on to 10 points. And it is he now who takes charge once again of this Group C. So he gets the better Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 3. An 80.9 average, enough for McCarthy to get over the line in the end. Well, Chris Mason's making his way up to the balcony to have a quick chat with Abigail Davies. And then upon that return, we're going to see Danny Lauby in action, the American, as he takes on Carl Wilkinson. So do join us for that after this short break.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Josh McCarthy has just come through in a last leg decider in a really crucial match. A lot of missed doubles from both players in that one, but key for him to get over the line in the end. Yeah,
he's got a real tough run in, hasn't he? And I think he's maybe just one win away from pretty much securing his spot, but it would have made the group rather special, because if he'd lost that game, we'd have saw 5 players all locked on 8 points.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the league table. It is very congested indeed. Josh McCarthy out on 10 points at the top of the league standings, but we've still got 3 players on 8. Would you say it's fair to say we're learning more about Josh McCarthy today than we did yesterday? Yeah,
it didn't carry over the disappointment of not playing very well in his opening game and bounced back very quickly after a 4-0 defeat to Carl Wilkinson, re-establishes himself back at the top. You'd think it's pretty much now for me a 4-horse race between Josh, Jack, Danny and Dubby.
Yeah, and we know how resilient Danny Lauby can be. He's already had to show that on a number of occasions this week. He's going to need to show that again in this one, isn't he, after the disappointment of the last game?
Yeah, I think Carl's looked a lot better today, and we did suggest right at the end of the session yesterday afternoon that he could become the ultimate spoiler today. He's playing with freedom. He knows he can't qualify, but he can do some damage. Yeah,
a real significant improvement to his performance levels, though, and that's important for him, even if he can't qualify. Just show him what he's capable of here.
Yeah, I think in these 2-day groups, Groups B and Group C, it's imperative you make a real smart start, and it didn't happen for him yesterday, and it's so easy then to just get bogged down with the disappointment of losing match after match, and then you just get disjointed.
Yeah, before we tuck into this next match, we've got a number of players involved this week who are going to be heading to the UK Open next week. You're going to be there as well, aren't you, in a commentary capacity?
Yes.
Let's have a look at the players who are going to be involved. Of course, Andy Jenkins, Danny Lauby, Dom Taylor, Jared Cole, Jelle Klaassen, all in action this week. We've got a couple of others as well. How do you see their chances? Which one do you really fancy to maybe make a mark?
Well, after this week, I've been really impressed so far with Jelle Klaassen. I thought he was very good across Group A. Hard to ignore Dom Taylor and that mental approach he has, and you may need that at the UK Open. But of course, the one player who's been there probably more than any of those or that lineup is Andy Jenkins. He's been there and seen it and done it. He's had a couple of deep runs at the UK Open, and we've seen signs last night. He's in a good bit of form. That preparations for the World Seniors he's carried over to here. This is a great practice for him this week, building up into next week. You probably tick over next week, play a couple of sessions next week, and then head to Minehead. Yeah,
we've spoken about using this to prepare for the UK Open. Someone like Jared Cole, who's made a really poor start to life in Group B, could it have a detrimental impact for him?
No, because I think there's a big enough gap in between. He can go away and just reset, recharge it, and then you tend to just go again. But it just shows you the impact in playing these events. All of those qualifiers, of course, come in via Challenge Tour and Dev Tour. We've also got Nathan Gervin there via the Dev Tour, because it's the top 8 from the Dev Tour, top 8 from the Challenge Tour. And when you actually look at the whole field, we've got a good lineup of Super Series players participating.
Yeah, we certainly do. Right then, let's tuck into our next match. It is Carl Wilkinson taking on Danny Lauby. Henry, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. And I hope Mace is racing his way down from the gantry to the comms box, because this could be fast and furious. It always is when Danny Lauby's involved. He takes on a much improved Carl Wilkinson here, who averages for the day 88.16 and 87.13. But Danny Lauby has put in some incredulous numbers. A 99.96 against Moreno Blom was followed by 93.37 against Jack Main. That was only good enough for one leg against Jack Main. That's the sort of levels that he's been playing at today. And if he continues playing at those consistent levels, he probably will do enough, you would think, on the balance of play to qualify for tomorrow night's finals. Surely a man whose average for the day is well in the 90s is not going to qualify for tomorrow night's final, you'd think.
Well, you'd certainly hope not. I mean, he has been on the 60. End of some awful misfortune thus far. This is, as all the matches now,
42.
absolutely crucial for those in and around that 8 points to pick up a win.
180.
I can safely say we've sort of narrowed it down to a field of 4.
I think that's a fair enough assumption.
55. Danny, you require 121.
Well, he's got the luxury of time, so he won't
81.
go for the bullseye. He's topped after 12.
Danny's crashing in the 180s today, isn't he?
It's his 6th of the day.
134.
Only in the first leg of his third match.
40. No score.
Very well thrown darts. Just didn't quite find its intended target. Not that it's going to be a panic for Lauby, because Wilkinson yet to find himself on a finish.
42.
If there is,
Danny,
I want to be critical.
40.
If there's one
Game
element
shot
to
and
his
the
game,
first leg.
it's
Danny Lauby.
not killing off those opportunities at the first opportunity. And that's something he will have to do.
Second leg, it's Carl to
Not
throw
only
first.
today,
Game on.
but certainly tomorrow night if he makes it to the finals.
If Danny Lauby plays like this and he gets a
60.
nice enough draw next week, he's going to provide some problems at the UK Open.
Absolutely.
140.
And he could quite possibly go into that playing against someone who may have come through a Riley's qualifier like him, or may not have had this opportunity this week
59.
to play in this environment. It's a huge advantage. You don't get those nerves when they just become normal.
41.
The problem comes, and certainly how I felt, that when I played at the seniors, it was just such a long gap between playing under the lights and under pressure, and
30.
it's just like starting all over again.
Because you forget what that pressure's like.
Yeah. And
45.
you forget how to deal with it and manage it. Or if it's second nature because you're doing it all the time, exactly what it becomes.
It's like any job
99.
in the world. You can be really good at it, but if you haven't done it for a while, then you get a bit rusty and you don't quite know how you're going to feel when you get back into it.
60.
This is been a poor sequence of visits for Danny Lauby. 41, 45 and 60. He's not exactly being punished.
And a leg of attrition rather than a leg of brilliance, but that is a little bit of brilliance from Danny Lauby.
That really is an example of why he's tough to play. You just think, right, I've got you at it here. And then wallop, smashes in a 180.
83.
Takes out the 35, and you find yourself 2-0 down.
That's game
In a
shot
flash.
and the second leg.
That's
Danny
how quickly
Lauby.
Danny Lauby can turn the screw.
It wasn't quite the 2-3-5 in 5,
Third
but
leg,
it
it's
was
Danny to throw first.
2-1-5
Game
in 5.
All mean the same.
Absolutely.
59.
All about getting 4 chalks on the board. Picking up those valuable 2 points.
100. 58.
Despite getting the breaker throw, he's now lost the throw.
85.
Oh, that could have been worse.
$140.
Looked a little bit more measured on that visit.
Just a little bit more settled, didn't he?
100.
With a player with quick in team, he has to be settled when he approaches the hockey because he throws too quick to make a readjustment.
52. 100.
There's Wilkinson in this leg who's first to finish, but How much pressure is that 116 going to be under? It's going to be under oodles of it.
Carl, you require
Yet
116.
again, he's left himself a two-darter. Gets the trouble. Needs double 18 to hit straight back.
That's
Beautiful
game
finish
shot. And the
from
third
Carl
leg.
Wilkinson, taking
Carl
out
Wilkinson.
the 116 to break back instantly. Best leg of the match so far.
Fourth
15
leg, it's
darter.
Carl to throw first. Game on.
Just when Lauby was staring down the face of a 3-0 lead as well.
100.
Those clutch moments that can so often in this short course format swing the momentum in this match.
98.
Indeed, any match.
$100.
I'll be looking to become the first
96.
American player to make it to Champions Week in the MODUS Super Series. Did see Matt Campbell from Canada back in Southampton have a fair bit of success.
140.
I believe he won a Champions Week, didn't he, in Southampton, Matt Campbell?
Yep,
46.
sure
Carl, you
did.
require
Just prior going to the
161.
Worlds, wasn't it? He produced an average in excess of 107, I think, in the final.
And went on to win a
99.
PDC Tour card not long after.
100. Carl, you require 62.
62 for 2-2. And to turn this game on its head, Lauby was sat on 60 for a 3-0 lead. He may find himself back level.
That's
He
game
will
shot
find
and
himself
the
back
fourth
level.
leg. Carl Wilkinson.
There's no quitting, Carl.
No.
A couple of times now where he's gone 2-0 down, but he's found a way back in the match. And he's done it again here against the American.
Fifth leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Back
Game
to
on.
back. 15 darters for Carl Wilkinson.
58.
And he's just getting Danny Lauby at it here.
$41.
His averages today, 99, 93, currently 87, and he may just come out with 2 points from his first 3 matches.
100.
How's your luck?
$57.
Wherever him and Jared Cole had dinner yesterday, I don't want to ever go there.
140.
They didn't have bad luck. They wouldn't have any luck at all.
I think they had dinner under a ladder.
Under a ladder with an umbrella,
55.
where the waiter ran over a black cat en route to delivering the dish.
140.
With a single magpie in a high chair.
By smashing a mirror on the way out.
121. Danny requires 63.
He's looking for the 27.36.
43.
Misses tops, but we'll be back. And that tops, that would have been 3 consecutive 15 dart legs.
85. Danny required 20. That's game shot. And the fifth leg.
Right, it's not a
Danny
15,
Lauby.
but it is a 16. And establishes a lead once again. Did lead 2-0.
Sixth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Well, that little spell where Wilkinson was averaging over a ton.
180. 100.
Now became
Through
a
it. Sorry, mate. Went through a
100.
sequence of dominating displays and now looking at potentially
140.
back-to-back 7th leg deciders.
57.
peaks and troughs of a session here at the Super Series.
Mission from Wilkinson, 2 from 2.
100.
Danny Lauby, not too
Carl,
shabby,
you
2
require
from 5.
164.
With similar scoring legs, but
60.
the advantage of
Danny
throw that
Require,
Wilkinson had at the start really has
161.
come to the fore, unless Lauby can win a second match today with a 161 checkout, and he almost did.
136. Carl, you require
Yikes.
104.
Just missing the ball. He had the 161, of course, in that 4-1 win over Moreno Blom, where he averaged just shy of a ton.
$56. Danny, you require 25.
Oh, a chance to get over the line. Double 12, double 6. Gets it.
Game, shot. And the
Well,
match,
that was
Danny
a 15
Lauby.
darter, so we ended up with the final 4 legs of the match completed in 15, 15, 16 and 15. And the 15 a winning leg and a match winning leg for Lauby. Ends up with an average in excess of 91. 91.81 for Danny Lauby. 40% on the doubles. And he now goes top of the table. They are flip-flopping at the moment. When we come back, it will be Mark Dudbridge against Josh McCarthy.
Mark Dudbridge and Josh McCarthy back in action next, and with such a congested league table, it's another key contest. Dudbridge with 2 contrasting displays this morning. He failed to carve out an opportunity, didn't get a dart at double in his opener, but rectified that when he took on Carl Wilkinson, adding 17 points to his average in that match. As for McCarthy, well, he was the league leader heading into today's action and has the chance to return to the summit with a win here. He'll be looking for an improved display on the outer ring, having missed 13 at double in his edgy 4-3 win over Blom last time out. McCarthy, the 4-1 winner when the pair met yesterday. Can he produce similar to move on to 12 points in the table, or will Dudbridge join him on 10? A crucial clash, and we've got Henry and Mace to talk you through it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. And now we're getting to the situation, if you're Mark Dudbridge, where games are becoming must-win. If he loses this one, Josh McCarthy moves on to 12 points. That's a 4-point buffer over Dudbridge, with both players then having only 2 games left to play. If Dudbridge can seal the win, then he will create, once again, a big tie at the top of the table on to 10 points. So, still plenty to play for in this congested group with Moreno Blom and Jack Main to play up next. So, huge ramifications on the line in this one. Josh McCarthy, who responded to a disappointing opening defeat to Carl Wilkinson with a 4-3 victory against Moreno Blom. However, the average was still in the 80 range, and he needed 17 attempts at double to win those 4 legs. So there's still a couple of question marks there, despite picking up the win. But he will know probably one win from here, and he probably breaks the back of the work that he needs to do.
Yeah, absolutely. We feel that maybe one more win and certainly 1 foot in the finals. Well,
First leg, it is Mark to throw
other
first.
tedious debate
Game
about
on.
the 147 and 9 dart continues. I've just seen a video that our fellow commentator put out, Wayne Mardle, about the him trotting out the stats. There's one little thing you've omitted or
96.
maybe not thought about, Wayne. A 9 darter is on for both players at the start of every leg. Unfortunately, in snooker, that is not the case. A 147
100.
is not on every time.
There's a silence there to take you away following that comment.
And my favourite one is, if they'd have played all of the matches,
43.
well, talk about not critical thinking. There is no way when a variable that involves 36 different disciplines is easier than one that involves 9. I just don't get how there is even a debate.
100.
I'm just going to quietly sit here and enjoy listening to it.
Well, how many bang average club players at 147s? How many 9 darters do you hear about in local league stuff over the years?
140.
Can I throw a can of worms in, please?
Go on, do it. This is what debating is all about.
What about the 300 score in a bowling match?
94.
Great
Joshua
shout.
Require
Great shout.
141.
I promised myself I wasn't going to get involved in this.
How many times has that been achieved? Is it
65.
like the 9 used to be? Also, another aspect that's been totally forgotten. Let's do it pre boards like a bucket.
26.
So let's use a sample
Joshua
of where
Require
dartboards
76.
were of a normal size or a regulation size rather than the ones that we use today. That would probably be a fairer sample.
48. Mark, you require 142.
I think I know how David Dimbleby feels now. And McCarthy is going to
But
return.
the fact that there's no
28.
prizes for 9 darters anymore
Joshua
tells
Require
you how easy it is.
At Champions Week, there is a £1,000 reoccurring bonus, so it wasn't hit
That's
the
game
first 2
shot,
series,
and
so
the
there will
first
be
leg.
£3
Josh
grand on offer.
McCarthy.
I believe that's how it works. It's a rolling bonus.
Correct. In Champions Week, though, isn't
Yes, only Champions Week.
Second leg
Now
is
it's my
Josh
turn to
throw
give away all the
first.
cash.
Yeah.
Game on.
it? Early break for Josh. Go on, mate. What were you going to
I
say?
say, I think we'll be into overdrafts, won't we, by the end of the week with our ideas?
Bankrupt.
140.
Be busking by Sunday morning. No one wants to see that.
No, we've heard you sing.
59.
Get Charlie to dance and it'll be like a theatrical version of Jekyll and Hyde.
140. 100. $90.
I did actually, at the fishing, we do the TDC Target Fishing charity event every year, and I'm actually on Team Snooker with.
58.
Well, last year Mark couldn't come; he had other commitments.
Joshua require 131.
Usually, myself, Ian Burns, Steve Davis, and Mark Williams, and we sat down and discussed it, and they were. And Mark is a very, very good dart player. He can have 11 and 12 darters, and they were quite surprised that I agreed with them that the 147 was just so much more difficult.
58. Joshua requires 72.
How difficult is the 72 for Josh McCarthy? This is for a 2-0 lead and to get to the halfway point in a flash. Another.
Slack one.
32. $44.
He's been presented with another opportunity.
Joshua required 40.
Dudbridge again, just kind of slow to get out of the gates in a game. And McCarthy takes an advantage.
Yeah, Dubby
Josh
not
McCarthy.
quite been himself so far today. Finds himself in a spot of bother. And this is, without stating the obvious,
Third leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
must-win leg. Finally, on this tedious debate, I actually read a paper
81.
on individual skill sports that are how the difficulty is rated, and it's the variables involved.
140.
Can I settle the debate between cue sports and darts?
Go
I
on.
can actually throw a dart. I can't tee off or break off in
81.
a cue sport.
Maybe you should take a driver to the pool table. I think that you might have a bit more success.
To be honest, if you see some of my shots, it looks as if I am wedging a 7-iron.
97.
Yeah, your cue action looks like you're wedging something somewhere.
95.
I take it we're not having that rematch.
54.
No.
100.
Josh here we'll be looking at the 170 or the 174. And now just hope for a ton. And gets a ton.
100. Mark, you require
He is
144.
very adept at that, isn't he?
Just knows how to get himself down to a makeable finish after 12. That's what he's been doing most of the week. May not always be a double after 12, but he'll keep something at around this mid-range, as we like to call it. Anything between 100 and maybe
Joshua
131.
110.
This time it's 110 he wants for the double break and a 3-0 lead. It's going to be one dart at tops.
90.
Just below.
Mark, you require 56.
Fine effort. Dubby will be looking to close the gap to 1. Double 10, usually good down here. And is
That's
again.
game shot and the third leg.
The
Mark
come on from
Dudbridge.
Dubby, an 18 dart hold. Now the work really starts for Dudbridge.
He's got a
Fourth
foothold
leg,
in the
it's
match.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
Got a foot in the door, but he wants to get himself in the room in this particular encounter.
Don't forget, you can contact us via social media at MSS
80.
Darts on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter. If you want to get involved in that 9 dart stroke 147, which is more difficult debate,
39.
tell us what you think.
$100. $96.
Euro Tour about to begin today. Josh Payne, who we saw a lot of here at the Super Series in 2022. He's going to be taking part in
41.
the first event of the year. There's the Aaron Monk in action, a Super Series regular. Well, at the time, he was basically Mr. Super Series, wasn't he, Aaron Monk?
58.
I do hope that the production team in the Baltic Sea have a special camera that just follows Aaron Monk up and down the organ. Maybe they can put that on the red button.
Well, coming up next,
100.
Moreno Blom back in action against Jack Main. It's been a up-and-down week for Moreno Blom. Plenty of averages.
94.
Plenty of big averages. But for him, he's had as many poor ones as he's had good ones, which is why he finds himself down in 5th place. Certainly something to work with there for Moreno.
100.
Just needs to add a bit of consistency, doesn't he? He is very much a first start merchant, as I've said. But there's definitely quality there when you can have multiple
44.
averages in and around the 100.
Josh, you require 80.
There's quality there, isn't there?
And more to the point, Yellow Clatton's not going to take you under your wing unless he thinks there's something there.
Absolutely. Tops to re-establish a
That's game
two-leg
shot
gap
and the
this
fourth
time.
leg.
He
Josh
finds
McCarthy.
the tops and
Fifth leg, it's Mark to throw first.
completed.
Game on.
in 18 darts and a hold. Puts him within one of moving on.
125.
12 points and flip-flopping yet again with Danny Lauby at the top of the table.
Flip-flops and Phil Barnes ain't here till tomorrow night.
Yeah, the Mr. Flip-flop himself.
59.
Still wearing shorts. Yeah, that Euro Tour getting underway.
140.
In around 4 minutes or so.
$139. $58.
That just presented a little bit of an opening here for Josh McCarthy. On 303, Dudbridge not on a finish on 178. Just had a couple of issues, hasn't he, just before the first start. It's not quite felt comfortable in the hand.
Yeah, is he tightening the stems on that occasion?
117.
Right, he's frustrated there because the single 19 at least would have left him on the 170.
44.
As the sirens go past in Portsmouth, has Mark Dudbridge seen the flashing lights presented in front of him?
98. Mark, you
Because
require
McCarthy here,
134.
again, leaves a makeable finish after 12, and this 134 may well have to go. It's not going to go. And so McCarthy returns at 88 for a 4-1 win to put him on to 12 points and to put himself on the hill.
92. Josh, you
Interestingly,
require 88.
going for a treble 20 there off 62. Must have been a bit of a miscount. May not matter if... Oh dear, chasing the treble.
40.
In a
Mark, you
match-winning
require
situation,
42.
it's risky. Paid the price.
One dart left. And the double 8 is missed inside, and so
34.
McCarthy is going to get another go at this 48.
Josh, you require 48.
For a 4-1 win, 412 points for the darting dozen. And to put himself on the cusp, on the brink. And a strong suit, a strong hand to go through.
28.
2 match darts have come and gone.
Almost
Mark, you
sensed the
require
tension
8.
there, couldn't you?
That's game shot and the fifth
And a roar
leg.
come on for Mark
Dudbridge.
Dudbridge as he brings it back to 3-2, but it is McCarthy with the darts in the 6th.
Yeah, Dubby still battling. Now,
Sixth leg, it's
he has
Josh to throw
find that
first. Game
all-important
on.
break. Josh will be kicking himself inside.
100. $100.
Just having a look at the score in Power Pack, and this is why McCarthy's been presented with opportunities in this game. 9 scores of a ton or more, 4 140 plus is in that game. He's completely and utterly
68.
outscoring Dudbridge at this particular moment in time.
$46.
That's a visit that ultimately swings it in McCarthy's favour, gives him the opportunity to push on and push forward for the match.
100.
Tunnel do.
$84.
Yeah, Mark saying to himself, come on, Dubby. Find something.
$63.
He's himself on a finish after 12 again, but this time the 170.
Mark there really should have been starting on the
96.
19s on the
Josh, you require
171. If you get
170.
a treble in a single in any combination with your first 2 darts, you can go for the ball because the 25 scores 101, leaving you the 170.
58. $40.
Frustration for Mark Dudbridge.
Josh, you require 112.
And so McCarthy now 112 for the match for a 4-2 win to move on to 12 points. Is there some nervous moments there? That's a good
72.
last start.
Mark, you
Leave
require
himself on tops.
135.
This one's a pretty finish. Although that is an absolute blocker. It's plumb in the way. Didn't find the treble 20 to get a
63.
dart at the ball. The back comes McCarthy
Josh, you
to wrap
require
it up.
40.
4-2. And for that darting dozen, Henry.
Tops is what he wants. One left at double temp.
20.
That's more match darts. That's match darts in 2 consecutive legs that come and gone
Mark,
for Josh
you require
McCarthy.
72.
Well, I was just about to fill in our score sheet there. I may have to wait a while. Tops for Dubby. Can he pull one out the fire?
52.
So another chance.
Josh, you require
McCarthy.
20.
Double 10. 5s. This is getting tetchy. This is getting tense.
No score.
Wowzers. Just shows you
Mark, you require 20.
what pressure can do.
As the moment got to McCarthy, as Dudbridge looks set to step in.
That's game
Oh,
shot
the
and the
roar
sixth
come
leg.
on from Mark Dudbridge as he nailed that double 10 last start in hand. That'll feel like a dagger blow to Josh McCarthy. And we go to a last leg decider. A last leg decider with plenty of
Seventh and
implications
final leg.
because
It's
if
Mark to
Dudbridge
throw
can win
first.
this
Game
from
on.
3-1 down, he moves on to 10 points level with McCarthy, who has had multiple darts for the match for 12 points.
Well, if he does win this one, he does move on to 10. And if Jack wins our next match, which will
49.
complete the third cycle of games, we'll then have 4 players on 10, and we're still none the wiser who's going to go through. Remember, the top 2 from this Group C.
100.
The 49 from Dubby.
100.
Manages to squeeze one in.
McCarthy will feel crestfallen if he loses it from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have mentioned his psychological strength, and it will be
121.
for the remainder of the day.
$100. $83.
Crucial last up.
Yeah, he's just chipping away, isn't he? 55 in front. Well, that's taken care of that.
81.
Leaving himself vulnerable, isn't he?
This has had all the proper nerves of a last leg decider. But McCarthy looking to make a march now.
177.
What a setup. What a time. And McCarthy leaves himself double 10 after 12. He's going to get more darts for the match. More darts for 12 points.
131.
But have a look at that for a pass for Dudbridge.
Joshua required 20.
Is it going to be in vain?
It's looked dodgy on the doubles.
10.
He continues.
Mark,
And
you require
Derby.
40.
Oh, it's like Houdini, isn't it?
Be like the Hatton Garden
20.
heist and an escape from Alcatraz rolled into one.
Joshua required 10.
McCarthy now, 2 5s. And you sense this is the last opportunity he's going to get. He's had chance after chance after chance, opportunity after opportunity. This might be the last one that knocks.
Game.
It's
Sure.
the last one
And
that
the
he
match,
needs.
Josh McCarthy.
And Josh McCarthy, in the end, gets the better of Mark Dudbridge by 4 legs to 3. He had darts in a whole host of legs to get the job done. But McCarthy eventually gets over the line. 4 out of 20 in the doubles department in the end. But he gets over the line. He beats Mark Dudbridge by 4 legs to 3. It moves him on to 12 points in the Group C table. It puts him in a promising position in the context of the group. And when we return after this short break, we're going to see Moreno Blom in action. He takes on Jack Main next.
Next up this morning, Jack Main and Moreno Blom are back in action, their 5th meeting of the week, and it's Jack Main who currently leads the head-to-head 3-1. Blom's one win, a whitewash, coming on Wednesday, but of course that was a day where Main won just 2 legs. It wasn't the highest quality contest yesterday, both players averaging below 80, but Jack's finishing was the one standout from that display. He's been very impressive all round today, though. Looked like a man on a mission at the start of today's play, hasn't he? Dropping just the one leg in his 2 victories so far, averaging 92.5 in that last win over Danny Lauby. Can he back those up with another win to join the American on 10 points, or can Lauby edge closer to a spot at finals night when he plays in a little while, of course? Let's find out how this one unfolds and rejoin our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. And you get the sense now for Jack Main, this really is must-win territory against Moreno Blom. In terms of the league table, he's on 8 points. Loses this one, he'll be 2 points behind Danny Lauby with 2 games left to play. And you get the sense the way Danny's playing today that he's going to pick up a win from somewhere. So you get the sense he's going to have to be nigh on perfect from here on in to obtain success in Group C. And having a look at his fixtures after this, Jack Main, he's still to play Josh McCarthy and Carl Wilkinson in his final couple of matches.
Yeah, it's a must-win game.
First leg, it's
for Jack
Moreno
Main.
to throw first. Game on.
They go 5 to 6 each of 2. Would slightly favour Jack Main in this one.
100.
Looking at the way he's played today. Unbeaten so far, as Abby mentioned.
180.
Some start.
The way to start, isn't
100.
it? Making an early statement.
I say I've liked his mindset throughout
60.
the course of the day today. Jack Main, he's looked a
97.
lot more assured in himself.
Well, he's been a little less reactive in the negative sense.
74.
He's got his eyes on the prize.
180.
And for Moreno Blom, there's still a lot to play from the fact that qualification's probably out of his hands, but you still want to play well enough to tell the organisers that you want another go at this.
137. Marina, you require 24. 18.
Doesn't have a B game, but the A game
Jack, you require
is
50.
exciting.
I'd like to see Moreno back. I know it's difficult for the Dutch players in this scenario, but maybe on a truncated 2-day group, possibly
10.
later on in this phase or in the next phase.
Marina, you require 6.
That might just be the best way of reining his game together.
Game
He wins
shot
the
and
first leg
first
here.
leg. Marino Blom.
Battle back well in the leg. Backing up the max from Jack. Getting a max of his own. 17
Second
dart
leg,
hold.
it's Jack to throw first. Game
Something
on.
for Jack to think about. Because you can easily look at the results from Marino and think,
96.
oh, I should win this. But sometimes you've got to dig a little deeper than the results.
140.
Danny Lauby being the perfect example.
Said to you off there, I think with Danny Lauby, someone's got to
60.
stop him in this group to get through to Saturday. I think that's how you stop him possibly this week. If he plays like that on Saturday night,
100.
he's not going to be far away from 5 bags.
In with every opportunity, but he has to qualify. Currently is in a qualifying position.
140.
However, a win for Jack, and Danny goes from 2nd to 3rd. They will trade places.
72. 96.
Here, just leaving himself in a bit of a vulnerable
99.
position on throw.
Jack, you require 109.
I know which finish I'd rather be going at. And it ain't the 109. the wrong shot.
69.
Got to go for the bigger
Moreno
target,
required
and the bigger
90.
target is the treble.
43. Jack, you acquire 40.
One dart at the ball for 2-0. Don't expect Jack to miss.
That's game shot.
And
And
he
the
doesn't.
second leg. Jack Main.
It's fairly impossible to miss
Yeah,
with
it was
that
from there.
last
Just
dart.
had to get anywhere near it, didn't he?
Third leg is Moreno to throw first. Game on. 100.
The European Tour is underway at the moment. Martijn Drack leads Ricky Evans. Or is it?
58.
Martin Dract 2-1 up, but Evans is at the Oki wanting 97.
100.
Dract will be back for a 3-1 lead. We'll update you, of course, on the European Tour action for as long as we're on air. Dract open up a 3-1 lead.
100.
Be a mini upset. Ricky Evans just keeps walking into things, isn't he? He's the Danny Lauby of the PDC.
97.
Mind you, he's quick as well.
Yeah, I haven't said, oh, I'd like to see a game between those two. Wow. Wouldn't like to spot it.
Whoever's been given that one on spotting duties, you might as well just
55.
accept that you are hated by your producer. To be fair, whoever's been asked to commentate on it probably has a similar feeling.
180.
That's the third in the match, the second for Moreno. 24 after 12. Beautiful stuff.
Just has these enigmatic sparks, don't he, every
58.
now and then.
Moreno
Yeah,
requires
he's
24.
a streaky player, isn't he?
$12.
Don't forget, if you fancy your chances and think you can compete here, get involved with that amateur dart circuit. Look it up on your social medias. All
60.
the details there, how
Moreno,
to
you require 12.
enter and qualify. Love seeing new names here.
6.
Look at what it's done for the likes of Adam Warner and
Jack, you require
other such players. Adam
170.
Mould as well.
Adam Warner now a tour card holder, of course.
$96. Moreno, you require 6.
Big moments coming up here as Moreno Blom stares down the barrel
That's
of double
game shot
three.
and the third leg.
Seems to be finding
Moreno
himself
Blom.
down there a fair bit, Moreno Blom. I know he has this tendency to enjoy life at double 12, but it can be an easy route to some of the more smellier doubles on the board every now and then.
Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
He leads 2-1. That's the only thing that will matter from his perspective.
Absolutely. Halfway there.
134.
On the topic of the ADC, the Volt Round Robin Series, that's your best route to here via the ADC.
80.
That's generated nearly £6,500 in 9 weeks. So there's going to be a regional prize fund as things stand, projected anyway, as Jack Main hits at 180 there of £18,200. The regional venue payouts is just under 23,500. Then the finals prize fund for the grand finals in
60.
October is projected to be around 15,000. 36 players from every region will qualify for the finals.
57.
And every series, the top 32 players will play off for a MODUS Super Series TV spot. And in 12 weeks, they would have generated
100.
£67,000,
Jack,
as
you
I say,
require
in prize money.
130.
Brilliant, isn't it? So you can't reinvent the wheel, but certainly in terms of amateur darts, the ADC
90.
have done just that.
Yeah, you'll win the prize money, and of course the opportunity to play here, where you'll get the appearance fees, and of course the money if you get through to Saturday night.
Yeah. And the chance to play for
55.
£5,000, you win that.
Jack, you require 40.
Chance to play and take away 20 grand.
£25,000 is, for some
No
people,
score.
life-changing money.
Absolutely. And you almost do it. Well, you can do it 3 times a year.
94. Jack, you require 40.
Tops for 2-2.
That's game
Levels
shot
you
and
devils
the
again.
fourth leg. Jack
Can't spin
Main.
him.
Well, they can. Can't be split right now. And in terms of averages,
Fifth leg is Moreno to throw first. Game on.
83-86. Moreno Blom, 83-38. Jack Main. You can't really
58.
split them there either. Martijn Drack leads Ricky Evans 4-2.
45.
First to 6 in the opening round of the Euro Tour. When you'll hear this often, you've got to remember that there's a format in darts that isn't best of 7
100.
legs.
Yeah.
You'll be feeling that when you do your 5 out of 6 week stint. What? Games can go longer than 4-3?
140. 44.
Well, that's pretty much what Super League is right now. Best of 7.
They tend to do a lot of open events, don't they, as well? Best of 7. It's just the right
100.
format for a game where you can decide a winner based on ability, but also quick enough for it not to drag on.
Yeah, absolutely.
59.
Best of 5 is just a bit too quick. Best of 9 can drag. It just works.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the middle, isn't it? Literally.
Now at home, didn't we?
60.
We tried a best of 9 format for a little while, and this just works perfectly because you can have ebbs and flows while still retain that quick fire pace.
100. Jack, you require 156.
Because in the blink of an eye, Jack Main could find himself fighting for the match. Be hoping to set up here and hope
140.
that Moreno Blom will not take out the score that he's just got.
Yeah, super. 140 from Jack Main to leave the double 8
78.
and to go in front for the
Jack,
very
you
first
require
time.
16.
What a time to go in front. We mention it all
That's
the
game
time.
shot
Leg
and the
5
fifth
being
leg.
key
Jack Main.
when you're against the throw. Jack Main has carried that out perfectly with a 16 dart break of throw,
Sixth leg, it's Jack to throw first.
averaging in
Game
the
on.
mid-80s.
I've not seen his head drop once today.
100.
No, not at all. He has been stoic throughout.
139.
And still relatively a young player and definitely new to the sport. So
140.
you have to find your own formula. To find what works for you.
Where he's maybe been taking advice from us there, maybe listening a little bit to us in the comms, where we'll always be constructive with our thoughts, always try and be honest, and also we want to try and help the players because this is a tool for them
45.
to, in Jack's case, get back on the PDC tour and have success.
Absolutely.
94.
Any little sound bites they can take away that proves their play, it's all the better for everybody involved. Trouble 19's the shot, Jack. 177 leaves tops.
139. Marini require 167.
Well, he may have needed that Hail Mary there, Moreno.
97.
And so Main,
Jack,
78
you
for
require
4-2 win
78.
to put him on to double figures, to put him one in the race.
I'm not sure if he's a fan of cars, but his initials are MGB.
$40.
Ricky Evans is not going to
Moreno,
be
you
a
require 70.
fan of Martijn Drack because he's been dumped out 6-2.
Game shot and the
Ooh, the
sixth
Mensa.
leg. Moreno Blom.
He loves that, doesn't he? That's the second time we've seen that from him this week.
Yeah, 14 darter to hit straight back in leg 6.
Seventh and final legs. Moreno to throw first. Game on. 140.
Moreno there just wanted to get on with it. Now, we do have a little bit of a clock between legs, so we have a 10-second delay between between legs just to reset the scoring systems and
58.
other bits just to make the tournament work. And I know for players that are new to this format, it takes a little bit of getting used to. Larry Butler accidentally was about to throw a first start as soon as he broke through.
180.
Well, Jack Main may have just broken the back of this match with that max.
Yeah, that's the 5th one in the match. 3 now to Jack, 2 to Moreno.
133.
Beautiful visit to leave the big fish. That'll be some way to win it. And he's going to have to go for it.
100.
Jack's
Marino
on a
require
finish himself.
170.
The fish for the match.
145.
Almost. And now it
Jack
makes this
require
161 a must go for Jack Main. His hopes of progression may lie on this finish. Treble 17.
137.
He sets it up superbly. He gets the second prize, but will he get a go? Because Moreno Blom, double 12, and now double 6 for the match.
And
that puts
Moreno
him
Blom
onto 8 points. And Moreno Blom seals a 4-3 win against Jack Main. That could be a huge win for Moreno, but an even bigger defeat for Jack Main, who had 3 maximums in that match, an average of 90. But it is Moreno Blom with an 87.24 average, 2 maximums himself, 23% on the doubles that gets over the line and seals a 4-3 win against Jack Main. He put his foot on the throttle at the perfect time and he seals the 2 points as a consequence of that. Well, we're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to see Flash against the man who throws in a flash. And we'll see you in a flash.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Well, we're reaching the business end of the action here in Group C and edging closer to finding out who will join Jelle Klaassen in tomorrow's finals night. You can book your tickets to be in the crowd by visiting dartshop.tv. The action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. Things are getting more and more intriguing at the top of the table here in Group C, and next to face each other, Mark Dudbridge and Danny Lauby. It was a match that got away from Lauby yesterday, wasn't it? One of the many matches this week that he's lost in a last leg decider, but crucially for him, since then, his fortunes have changed. He'll join McCarthy on 12 points in the league table if he can record his third win of the day and crucially put 4 points between himself and the chasing pack. As for Dudbridge, a win here would keep him in the mix going into the last round of fixtures. He's going to need to be more clinical in this one, though. He missed 10 at a double in that 4-3 defeat to McCarthy last time out. Plenty on the line for both players in this one, who will handle the pressure situation better. Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Well, if Danny Lauby wins this particular match, he's not mathematically through, but he puts his chances in a very strong position to do exactly that. He takes on Mark Dudbridge here, who, well, we saw a glimpse in his middle game against Sean Wilkinson, but either side of that, it hasn't been vintage from the former World Championship finalist. A man who actually going into this week, we were expecting huge things from. We saw his performances at the World Seniors. It was a large sample, a large pool of, in terms of the statistical research. He was averaging around about 89, and those were games over best of 5 sets, let alone best of 7 legs. So he'll probably be disappointed with how today's gone. But what he can do is, by winning this game, put himself level on 10 points with Danny Lauby and still give himself a chance. And that's what good players do, is even if they're not performing at their rip-roaring best, they still give themselves the opportunities to carve out success. As for Danny Lauby, I feel like a broken record saying this.
40.
But he has played well all week, and his chances of qualification for tomorrow night are still far from secured.
100.
I feel like now he's got over that age of 50. There's an invigoration in the career of Mark Dudbridge. He can really attack that World Seniors circuit. He's going to be one of the marquee names there as Danny Lauby. Well, he just does what Danny Lauby does, and that's hit maximums like there's no tomorrow. There may be no tomorrow if he loses this particular match. But Mark Dudbridge now, at the age of 50, can attack that seniors circuit. I think we're going to see a lot of him here. Don't know whether there's any intentions possibly to play on the ADC circuit in 2023 or something like that, just to keep the game in. There's plenty of success still around for Mark Dudbridge, maybe away from that PDC Pro Tour system.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he will keep himself very, very busy with the addition of these senior events. He's in the Masters with myself. Of course, Mark, a former winner.
57.
Back in the early noughties.
Danny require 81.
Made a match play final as well as a World Championship runner-up in 2005.
41.
Back as a former semi-finalist of the World Masters. Losing to eventual winner John
140.
Of course, who we had down for
Danny
the Legends
40.
Week. It's great to see John Boy. Lauby. Can he make the perfect start? No.
20.
Double trouble. And that's a theme.
Mark, you require 64.
Something he needs to address. Stops for Dubby to pinch one.
44. Danny, you require 20.
They went 5 to 6 each of 2. And what we've seen today,
No score.
both myself and Dan,
Mark, you
Henry
require
were surprised
20.
that Danny wasn't a marginal favourite. Maybe because it's against throw. They went 5-6, each of 2. Wow.
10.
I'm glad it's not Dan in this commentary box because he should be somewhere out in Germany, shouldn't he?
Danny, you require 20.
2-10 for Lauby.
That's game
For
shot.
the breaker throw and a 1-0
leg.
lead
Danny Lauby.
for Lauby against Flash. Now that maximum for Danny Lauby in the first leg was to have a little bit of stoppage of play. It was 150th that we've seen this week. We're actually 2 more away from the 600th of this particular series.
140. $43.
Been a bit of a tough struggle for Dubby so far today.
57.
It really is not necessarily a must-win for Danny Lauby, but the pressure is there because he knows a win puts him 4 points clear of the field. And he would join, well, he will go top on leg difference with a win here. You move on to 12 points, of course. Josh McCarthy does have a game in hand. Currently, all the players have completed 8 of the 10 matches.
140.
McCarthy top on 12 plus 4. Lauby on 10 plus 4. Jack Main 8 plus 7. Blom 8 minus 1. Dubby 8 minus 1. Wilkinson 2 minus 13.
96. Danny,
you know Mark much better than I do, but I just get the sense that today is really going to stoke a fire in Mark Dudbridge because he will not want to leave with this impression at the Super Series. It will probably, like Neil Duff the last time he was here, probably get straight to the organiser to say, I want to have another go at this and put today right. He can still qualify, of course. He can still qualify, but Lauby here looks as if he's going to race into a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all, leaving double 12 after 12.
128.
Well, Dubby will have to win 24. The next 2, and then other results go his way. A defeat here, and his race is run.
Mark, you require
As the
134.
door, though, just open. Can he find an inspired moment, Mark Dudbridge?
Did yesterday with the 164, didn't he?
90. Danny, you require 12.
Double 3. We've seen that double a lot today.
Seen it a lot this week, haven't we?
But a pool of players have had such a fancy that double 12, and because of that, we've seen a lot of darts go to the most southern section of the board.
$58.
Well, that's been a key feature of his game. How many times has he started off a leg with a 140? And that is what's harboured him opportunities. Getting himself a score in front of his opponent at the earliest possible juncture. He has wrestled the darts in this particular leg, looking to obtain 60. The double breaker throw on Dudbridge.
$87. $100. $81.
So Lauby then 6 darts from 201 to get the double breaker throw and open up a 3-0 lead.
57.
Well, this is going to pile the pressure on. Just leaves Lauby honest.
Danny require 144.
3-0.
balls the shot. 25 leaves 57.
76.
I don't
Mark
quite
your
understand that shot.
132.
Because he now has to hit a treble to get 2 at a double. Had he gone ball, and he hit the ball, he'd have left 32, of course. If he'd hit the 25, he'd have left 57, which all bar fluffing his lines on the single 17.
84.
But he gave
Danny
him 2 at
requires
tops.
68.
Here we go. It's only going to be the one dart at double, the one dart at
That's
tops.
game shot
But
and the
last dart
third
in
leg.
hand, Danny Lauby's
Danny
usually
Lauby.
come up trumps. He's
All
done that again.
academic. Thanks for that, Danny.
Our so-called expert opinions. To be
Fourth
fair,
leg,
it wasn't as
Danny
bad
to
as
throw
that one
first.
last
Game
night.
on.
Players throw, watch the shoulder, hits a max.
140.
And importantly as well, for Lauby, the legs difference.
Yeah.
12 points, and if he can get this done 4-0,
100.
+8. And actually, what they would do more than anything, if anyone would be impelled, it'd be Josh McCarthy then.
128.
McCarthy with legs difference of +4 on 12. Lauby could move on to +8 on 12. And so he would effectively be
95.
through without the full confirmation as of yet.
$29.
That was awfully scrappy, and I know he's quick, but that looked rushed. Wasn't too much thought involved there.
81.
First time we've seen a Lauby panic today.
Yeah, he understands the connotations here of a
100.
4-0 win in terms of what that does to table position and in terms of qualification. Like I say, I think him and Josh
58.
are pretty much safe,
Danny require 104.
especially with a 4-0 win here.
Loves that 16s route. Up for
That's
tops,
game,
up for the
shot,
match.
And the match.
And
Danny
possibly
Lauby.
up for Saturday night. Danny Lauby is almost there. He gets the better of Mark Dudbridge by 4 legs to 0. Doing so with a ton-topping finish. The 104 gets the job done in the space of 15. And Danny Lauby again, it's another impressive performance from him. That's actually his lowest average of the day, the 87.13. It's actually statistically his worst performance. He's managed to win 4-0. That's how good this man has been today. And now, perhaps rightly so, is top of the Group C table. And after the break, we're going to see the battle between two of the players at the bottom half of the table, where Moreno Blom takes on Carl Wilkinson. If Moreno wins this, he moves on to 10 points, and he doesn't discredit his chances an awful lot. We'll see you for that next.
5 more matches to bring you in Group C, and at the moment it's advantage McCarthy and Lauby in that race for finals night qualification. Carl Wilkinson and Moreno Blom next up on stage. As we mentioned a little while ago, Wilkinson still with a chance to act as a bit of a spoiler in terms of determining who makes it through to Saturday night, and he can completely put to bed Blom's slim chances with his second win of the week. Wilkinson has certainly improved in terms of performance levels today. He's been more competitive in matches, but still just the solitary win to his name. As for Blom, much like yesterday, troubles on the outer ring his biggest downfall. The Dutchman was a 4-2 winner in this particular fixture yesterday, despite missing 11 at a double. Can he keep his slim chances alive, or will Wilkinson squash his hopes? Here's Henry and Mace to guide you through match 11.
Thank you very much, Abby. And as you say, it is win to stay in for Moreno Blom. Yes, the chances may seem small, and he may need some help. Well, he will need help elsewhere to get himself into Saturday night's final. But there is a chance, and credit to Moreno Blom, because there would have been a point today when he lost that match to Josh McCarthy in Game 6 that he would have thought his chances would have been over. But then he came back, played well against Jack Main, averaged 87.24, up against Main's 90 average, took advantage of key opportunities at key times, and it has presented himself with a chance at least to get through. And this never say die attitude of Moreno Blom could possibly, in an unlikely scenario, but still a scenario that could happen,
99.
see himself into Saturday night. And that's full credit to him.
Yeah, I think it's a big ask and a
100.
I say the permutations will have to go his way massively. Jack Main also has the potential with 2 wins to join Danny and Josh on 12 points, but ultimately, if Josh beats Jack and Danny beats Josh,
125.
it's job done. And we'll know 3 of our 6 for tomorrow night's final. And of course, don't forget to join us from 10 p.m. this evening.
60.
Sporty Stuff TV if you're in the UK. Outside, you can watch via our
100.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Make sure if you are watching there, you subscribe, give us a thumbs up, hit that notification bell, and you'll get an alert not only when we go live
96.
for each phase, but of course all the added bonus shoulder content.
60.
Yep, we'll have our little
Carl, you require 110.
granny nap in the afternoon before returning for the evening session.
Catch Henry around about
That's
25 past 8
first leg.
on the
Carl Wilkinson.
Sporty Stuff channel, looking ahead to tonight's action and Henry's predictions.
Second leg's Moreno, the throw first. Game on.
I'll be honest, they weren't no good last night.
Well,
That's good, that's perfect.
180.
Put it this way, if anybody had a Acker up last night, good luck to you, because it was a minefield.
Hope you like your house in the Caribbean.
134.
Yeah.
47.
Quick update from the Euro Tour. Neil Zonneveld. Another left-hander.
54.
Up against the Belgium, Mario van den Bogarde.
140.
Where's Brian Roman on the
Yeah.
comms when you need him?
They're currently locked at 3-3. Where's Dave Smith when you need him?
Had Danny Smith here.
100. Moreno, you
Didn't even
require
know he was here.
134. 42.
I just call Mario Humphrey.
I had a game between him and that Thai guy at the World
53.
Championship.
Moreno, you require 92.
I was trying to get that on the graphic.
I don't know how to say it, but it's
52.
about 60
Carl,
odd
you
on a
require
Scrabble board.
160.
Wilkinson scrabbling to win this leg.
46.
So Blom back for tops for a level
40.
game at 1 apiece. 10s.
20.
On 1-4 for Wilkinson now to double the lead to make it 2-0 and to dash the hopes of Moreno Blom.
Already had a 110 in leg 1. And he finds tops.
74.
Very nearly back-to-back
Moreno, you
ton
require
plussers.
20. That's game shot and the second leg. Moreno Blom.
Double game. 2 holds a throw. 1 dart at tops for 2-0.
Third leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
For big CW.
$97. $100. $58. $96.
We have had a couple of questions on Twitter. We had that conversation, didn't we, about that best of 7 format, and we've had a tweet from Chaps who's got in touch with us at MSS Darts. On the best of 7 first of all format, it's also fairer than best of 5 and best of 9, as a whitewash in either of those means one player had more legs with throws, so 3-0, 5-0, whereas 4-0 is even opportunity, making 2 breaks necessary for a bagel.
Like it.
180.
Critical thinking. Right up my street.
Carl, you require 150.
Hello.
$80. Moreno, you require 67. 27. Carl, you require 70. 54.
When Moreno's been allowed to come back with 3 in hand,
40.
he has by and large taken the opportunity. Double 10.
That's game shot.
I feel like we spent half of the day there at double 10 with Moreno Blom, and then half the time he's hit.
I think he's a bit more efficient on the double 10 than double 12, that's for sure. But it is our first break of throw.
4th legs, Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Max in the leg, he's had 2 now. Moreno Blom.
57.
So if you've got any thoughts and observations at MSS Darts, you can
85.
tweet me directly as well. It's at @H_Deacon Media. Keep them fun, keep them clean.
100.
Keep them darts. And football for you, of course.
I will deal with anything. Or we can clean them up.
137.
Mind you, in those Jenks communications, that's probably what you had to do.
Yeah, they were translated.
140.
Not even allowed to say it after the watershed.
Yeah,
122.
Jenks back in action tonight. He's out for a little light lunch. Sent me a picture of his small dinner.
140.
Like it
Carl,
could
you
have
require
fed a small island
157.
somewhere.
I was not envious one bit when you showed me the picture.
99. Moreno, you require 64.
I think it'd be easy to say what was not on the plate. It was a bit of everything, wasn't it?
46. Carl, you require 58.
It's an alright life for some, put it that way, Mace. Tops for 2-2.
That's game
Double
shot.
10 will
and
do,
the
and it
4th
feels like
leg.
that's the theme of the
Carl
game. Someone getting the
Wilkinson.
leg done on double 10.
Well, the 2 winning legs from Carl have both been completed in 15 darters.
Fifth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
One hold, one break. Going along quite nicely, the pair of them. Averaging
180.
in excess of 90. Is Carl. Just below 90 is
41.
Moreno. Well, we've got MVG, we've now got MGB.
96.
Missed the earlier part of our
60.
broadcast. Why? Where were you? What you were doing? What were you doing, should I say? But
Don't think we want to know.
Moreno's middle name is Giovanni. So his initials are
58.
MGB.
I wonder whether he's a Max Verstappen fan, being from the Netherlands.
Gotta be, hasn't he?
85.
Every young
Carl
person
Urquhart,
from
167.
Netherlands or Belgium seems to be a big Max fan, and why not? I am. I think he's fabulous. I was
99.
remember watching his father race, of course.
Yos. Yeah, it's back in a few weeks, the Formula One season. They're testing out in Bahrain. Moreno Blom is testing out the vocal cords of
Carl
Justin
Urquhart,
Bradshaw.
68.
Yes, the new cars come out, don't they? I like the look of some of them. My goodness.
Ferrari looks pacey this year.
36. Moreno Urquhart,
People
135.
tend to forget as well that technology eventually creeps its way down into the cars we drive on the road. Unfortunately, well, I drive a V8, and the days of V8s in F1 cars seem to be
95.
long gone.
Carl Urquhart, 32.
Fabulous era, though, the V8 era in Formula One.
Howdy will be back in Formula One very soon. Will Wilkinson be back in the lead?
That's game shot.
Yes, he
and the
will.
fifth leg.
3-2.
Carl Wilkinson.
Back-to-back legs. Does he now have control?
Sixth legs, Moreno the throw first. Game on.
Or Audi making a return to F1, did I hear you say?
Please, I think it's from, is it from
59.
2026 or something like that? I know Ford are getting involved with Red Bull very soon as well.
Wow.
Exciting times for F1. And Las Vegas this year.
140.
Street race?
Yeah, on the strip.
Wow. That would be amazing.
Imagine the tickets won't be cheap, but it'd be quite an
60.
experience.
Imagine the tyre temperatures.
Definite two-stopper.
60.
Maybe we'll get a Las Vegas week here. We're spending more money. We need to stop.
140.
They'll never pair us together on comps again.
I think they should send us just purely for research purposes.
Can't say what the research is, but
100.
so now 3 million we've spent in this commentary box.
Today.
God knows how many Hungarian lira that is.
130. Moreno Urquhart, 142.
Mario and Niels in match number 2 over in Germany.
56.
Euro Tour 1 locked at 1-1.
Carl Urquhart, 71.
For the match, for the win, to end the hopes of Moreno Blom. Double 16 for Carl Wilkinson.
That's
An
game,
impressive
shot,
performance there
and
for
the match.
Carl Wilkinson.
Carl Wilkinson.
An average just under 90s. He gets the better Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 2. And a high-quality tungsten affair there. Both players 89 and 88 the averages respectively. We saw 4 maximums in that match, 3 of them for Moreno Blom. 2 out of 8 on the doubles really was the big difference for the Dutchman in the end. Wise for Carl Wilkinson, 4 out of 11, 36%. Very tidy stuff indeed when it came to the finishing for him. Well, we're going to take a short break. When we return, we are going to see Josh McCarthy in action. He can move on to 14 points. He can seal his name at finals night when he gets, well, when he takes on Jack Main. And if he gets the better of him, he will be at finals night. We'll see you after the break.
Josh McCarthy then with the opportunity to mathematically confirm his place at finals night with a win here, a win that would also confirm Danny Lauby's passage through to Saturday, an opportunity for them both to join Jelle Klaasen, who qualified through Group A on Wednesday. He's come through 2 last leg deciders to record his 2 wins today, looking a little edgy on the doubles at times, but crucially doing enough to keep himself in pole position. As for Jack Main, a missed opportunity at 3-2 up against Moreno Blom a little while ago may well prove costly. Plenty of positives for him to take from this week though, and lessons to be learnt for sure, regardless of what happens in this match. So then, will we have things all tied up with a round of fixtures to spare, or will the battle go on for a little longer? Let's get the predictions of Mason Henry for this one.
Thanks, Abby. Well, no predictions here, just splinters, I'm afraid, because we can't really call it. We've got the added pressure from both. One, in terms of Josh to confirm his qualification, regardless of what happens in the remaining matches. And for Jack, it is to stay in the mix. In terms of the odds compilers, they go 10 to 11. Josh McCarthy 4 to 5. Jack Main, an absolute pick'em, really.
If you judge it based on the form today, we've seen some good stuff and then some stuff which can be a bit questionable. I think in terms, though, of an overall day, in terms of the mental aspect of the game, Jack Main has looked assured of himself. He's looked in control of himself. And
well, the one that will come back to haunt him,
on.
I think Abby just touched on it, was that 4-3 defeat to Moreno Blom, where he averaged over 90 at 3 180s, just 3 from 11 on the doubles. That was his undoing.
41.
But a win here, and then a win over Carl Wilkinson.
60.
And if Danny beats Josh, which wouldn't be a massive surprise, Jack Main would pinch that qualification spot from Josh McCarthy. However, a win here will confirm himself and Danny Lauby joining Jelle Klaasen tomorrow night. And of course, we'll find out
60.
The final 2 of 6 this evening. Sorry, the final 3 of 6 this evening. The top 2 from here. Jelle Klaasen, winner of Group A, and the top 3 from Group B tonight gets underway at 10 o'clock. If you want to join us, of course, it's free.
57.
Tomorrow evening, just register your interest at dartshop.tv. Play gets underway at 7:30. Doors open at 6:30.
I think you almost pricked the ears up of Paul Hogan and Jared Cole there,
Yeah.
saying 6 are going through tonight. Neither of them are out of it, but my word, there's going to have to be a lot of toing and a throwing.
95.
And we'll touch upon that, no doubt, as the afternoon goes on and as we head into the evening session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
180.
Super stuff from Jack Main. He's not going to go down without a fight, is he? The win is, it's just about the win, because currently, in terms of leg difference, it's
7.
+7 Jack Main.
Jack, you require
+4
144.
Josh McCarthy. So for Jack, any win.
60. 95. Jack, you require 84. That's game shot.
Pins
and
the
first
bullseye.
leg, Jack Main.
It makes the ideal start. A 18 dart breaker throw, a 180 in the leg, and a ball finish.
Second leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
On the 84.
100.
That should make him feel $1 million.
And so it should. Carthy, who started the day 6-4 favourite with the bookmakers to go on and win Group C. Interestingly, if you back Danny Lauby for
100.
success at the start of the day, you could have had him at odds of 5-2.
Yeah, he was
60.
pretty much the pick of all the team here. Looked like value.
We'll see what my picks are later on this evening. The Henners tenors.
81.
Well, how to lose a tenner. Just do the opposite, folks. Do the opposite. Thank me later.
Exactly what you do in the commentary box,
60.
isn't it?
60.
Well, it's boring if you pick the same thing, isn't it?
Oh, exactly. I love being proven to be wrong.
42.
Well, I'm not always right, mate. But I'm never wrong.
95.
Well, this could be a crucial visit here for Josh McCarthy, who
140.
has really struggled to get going in this game so far, but he leaves himself first to a finish on 138. But Jack Main should put an indent on this 186 and is going to do exactly that.
100.
So, well, even at this early stage, he senses really has to go.
138.
Main left on 86, should get a dart at the bull. The 138 ain't going to go.
Just needs to tidy up.
82.
Sort of does
Jackie
that. Leaves a
require
2-darter.
86.
May see another ball finish. Single. For the ball.
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
Shot. And the
Brilliant on the
Jack
ball
Main.
for Jack Main. Back-to-back ball finishes. 84 and then 86 check out on the ball.
Third leg, it's Josh to throw first.
Back to
Game
back.
on.
18 dart legs. Up next on the Euro Tour. The new Prince of Wales, isn't it? Louis Williams up against
60.
the big man, Dennis Nielsen.
And he is a big boy, his old Dennis.
97.
What I liked about that combination there in that previous leg was that second dart didn't even
100.
contemplate the treble. He just went big.
Yeah, we just made sure, and that's what you've got to do. There was the temptation there. I mean, it was a fairly decent-looking marker, but you go
40.
sometimes you go near that dart, and they'll just deflect off and can easily skew into the treble four, the big four. He made sure and give himself every chance. I like that play.
$140.
Better for McCarthy. How does Jack Main reply? 140 of his own.
140.
Keeping him under the cosh right now.
Just when he would have thought maybe he's got a little bit of a cushion in this leg. But this is not a bad riposte. This is an excellent leg from the pair.
139.
139 there, leaving himself on 62 after 12. And a leg he has to win. If he gets broken again, he's in all sorts of turmoil. But Jack Main keeps applying the pressure.
Requires 62.
And he's already taken 84 out on the ball prior to the 86 on the ball, but that's the treble 10. He's now got 2 in hand at double 16.
30.
Surely not a third
Jack, you
consecutive ball
require
finish.
84.
Still possible. We know where we're going.
59.
But this time a different outcome for Jack Main. And so
Joshua
McCarthy
Clark,
will get his
32.
opportunity. At double 16, it's his first darts at double in this
That's
match,
game
and he
shot
takes
and the
full
third
advantage of
leg.
it.
Josh McCarthy.
He's still in this one at 2-1. He had to face a dart at the bull for a 3-0 deficit. And he reduces the deficit in half. But because he's already been broken in this match, he's going to
Fourth
have
leg,
to
it's
find
Jack
that
to
break
throw
back with
first.
Main
Game on.
throwing first for a 3-1 lead.
Biggest leg of the match for me. Sometimes
135.
Jack can be a little vulnerable, but from 3-1 up, it's hard to see him not seeing out the match.
Because now you just wonder and begin to wonder what's going through the mind of Josh McCarthy.
Yeah, we touched on that right at the top of the match, didn't we? To be fully aware.
45.
Just needing that one win, and sometimes that can be the toughest game to win.
You mentioned it the other day. You've got to make it feel like it means nothing when it means absolutely everything.
Exactly that, mate.
100.
We could go Lord Tennyson on it, but we won't. You can keep your head when all around you loses theirs and all of that. Poetic pose.
Thought about doing a shirt like that with all those types of quotes all over it, just as a little reminder.
There's some quotes I would admit, though.
Oh,
that's excellent. To leave himself on double 10 after 12. What a leg with the darts to really put McCarthy under the pump.
85.
Is it beginning to
Jack,
unravel?
you require 20.
Is he beginning to flap?
$15. Josh,
Well,
you require 156.
3 missed darts a double, but will it prove to be academic? McCarthy, 156. To get the break back, to level up at 2 apiece, but it's not going to go, and so Main returns for the 5.
60. Jack,
double
you require
2
5.
for 3-1. No.
3. Josh, you require 96.
Is this the turning point that Josh McCarthy needed? 96 for a level game. Jack Main has had chances. He's had opportunities to go 3-1 up. And McCarthy brings it back to 2 apiece. He obtains the break back. And from 2-0 up and a dart at the ball for a 3-0 lead, Jack Main now finds himself pegged back level.
It's Josh to throw first. Game on.
5 darts at a double for 3-1, and it's a completely different complexion to this match.
And now the question we asked of Josh McCarthy completely flips on its head. What's going through the psyche of Jack Main? Effectively now, he's had darts to win 4 legs. Effectively, he's had darts to win this match.
Yeah, as you said, missed that dart at the ball off 84. Missed 5 of the darts in the last leg. Could well have won this
100.
5 zip. 4 zip. Playing a 5th leg, of course.
5 zip as well as the 6 players going through tonight.
Yeah.
It's Friday.
And as well as the 7 players in the field today. Afternoon, Danny Smith.
$42.
We'll definitely have to get our shut-eye between sessions.
Sleep deprivation.
95. $100.
Just kind of tunning his way down, isn't he, Josh McCarthy?
60.
And it seems to be enough at the minute. And get 6 darts on 194 to turn this game on its head. I did mention a moment or two ago, he had to face a dart against him to go 3-0 down. And now it looks like it's he who's going to make the charge. And if he can go on and win this leg, he'll be 1 leg away, not just from winning this match, but by securing his place into Saturday night's final. And in virtue of doing that, he's going to send Danny Lauby with him.
Yeah, he's going to take Danny Lauby with him. And our final 3 matches will be dead rubbers.
Looks to work his way down,
14.
but not far enough
Jack, you
down
require
enough.
128.
Far enough down enough? Anything goes.
Get at least an 18 there. Can stay there. 58 leaves 70. Treble 18 leaves double 8.
76. Josh, you require 40.
3-2. So now only one in his hand at double 16.
8.
This is a reprieve
Jack, you require
for
52.
Jack Main. Should have been 3-1 up. Had 5 darts for 3-1. He's now got 2 darts for 3-2.
12.
Now he has had darts to win 5-zip.
Josh, you require 32.
He's just 2 from 10 on the doubles.
And
That's
McCarthy
game
mops
shy on
up.
the 5th leg.
And now
Josh
he's a leg
McCarthy.
away from qualifying. He's a leg away from knocking Jack Main out the race.
Been a doubling disaster.
6th leg, it's Jack to
For
throw first. Game
Jack
on.
Main. He's had darts to win every leg of this contest, and he finds himself
96.
3-2 down. Got to keep fighting. You know that you can force a bit of an error out of Josh. And that
95.
should keep you interested.
It's all about the player that can provide the first 2 treble visit.
96.
And that man is Josh McCarthy.
140.
If Main comes up dry here,
97.
that's a big last start at treble 19 to keep him interested and alive in this leg.
Yeah, huge, wasn't it? Absolutely massive dart. Got to switch.
99.
Nothing's a finish after 9, but it is a 167, and Jack Main here is piling the pressure on with the throw.
100.
Ton leads himself on 112.
Joshua require
Well, there needs to be some way to
167.
secure your place into tomorrow night's final. And to send Danny Lauby through with him, he starts down on the 19s.
74.
Good recovery of the
Jack,
last
you require
start.
112.
So 1 dart in his hand to save the
That's
match. He
game
only
shot, and
needs
the
the 1
6th
dart.
leg.
A
Jack
112 to
Main.
send us a distance. That was clutch. That was class from Jack Main.
It was absolute class from Jack Main.
7th
15
and
dart
final
breaker
leg.
throw.
It's Josh to throw first.
And this
Game
time,
on.
no mistake at all. My apologies, it was a 15 dart hold. No mistake at all on the doubles this time. Pins the double 16.
41.
And only 41. Is there another twist to the table?
And Jack Main has just stamped all over it.
140.
He has taken full control of this deciding leg. This deciding leg which could well decide the destiny of this group. Because if McCarthy wins it, we know
60.
the full scenario in terms of this group for tomorrow night's final. If Jack Main can continue scoring like this and find that winning double, it is still all to play for. He has found a purple patch at a perfect time.
Finding a third 180. And what a time to find it. Averaging 88.08 at the moment. But look at this for a reply.
180.
Josh McCarthy getting in the mix. Just when you think, I've got you.
54.
Josh McCarthy steps in. Backs his max up with one of his own.
But he hasn't been able to back it up.
75.
And he had to run for cover
Jack,
on
you
the
require
bullseye.
127.
And so, Jack Main, 127. Will not be taken for the game.
Treble 18. 60 looks like it's blocked out.
89.
Wow. What a dart that
Joshua
is.
require 145.
The biggest pressure cooker that he has faced this week, he has come up with all of the answers so far. Now, the biggest question gets asked.
60.
Does he split?
Jack, you require 38.
You're all out. It's only going to be one dart in his hand at double 8. The biggest dart of his week.
30.
And it's pulled inside.
I'm amazed he hit that double
Joshua
16
require
last time out with
85.
so much confidence. I was looking for the 6 double 16 there.
Well, this is it. This is to send him through. This is to take Danny Lauby with him. He's now going to face a dart, Jack Main, from elimination.
60.
McCarthy has
Jack,
missed
you
his
require
chance
8.
to send himself through, and so Jack Main to keep himself in the race, double 4.
Game. Shot.
And in the
And
race he
match,
stays.
Jack Main.
And Group C will go down to the final round to see who is going to make their way into tomorrow night's finals, as Jack Main gets the better of Josh McCarthy by 4 legs to 3. McCarthy had a dart at the bullseye to send not just himself, but Danny Lauby also into the finals tomorrow evening. Jack Main, 85.29 average, 3 maxes to his name, 4 out of 14 on the doubles, and a 112 high checkout sees him very much still in that race. Plus 8 on the legs difference as well could be a really important factor as we head towards the final round of matches. Now, this one is a dead rubber between Moreno Blom and Mark Dudbridge, but both will be hoping to sign off from their Super Series campaigns with a win. We'll see who does exactly that after this short break.
Well, all credit to Jack Main, who has kept things very interesting heading into our final round of fixtures with that win over Josh McCarthy. Immense scoring power and clutch finishing under the most enormous pressure. But before we get into that battle for qualification, we have one final opportunity to see Moreno Blom and Mark Dudbridge in action this week. Both players will certainly be pleased with aspects of their game here in Portsmouth, for Flash just took a little too long to get up to the standard we're used to seeing from him at the start of his Group C campaign, and a few wobbles on the doubles at crucial times today also costing him. As for Blom, well, we saw the highs of the 102 average produced against Josh McCarthy yesterday, but ultimately too many games in Group A and C where he squandered opportunities at the back end of legs. Both, I'm sure, will want to sign off with a good display and another 2 points to their tally. Who will do so? Henry and Mace are going to talk you through.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, disappointing day for Dubby, and I echo your sentiments with regards to Moreno. Too many games lost, 4-3H.
Yeah, it's a bit like what we saw from Jared Cole in Group B, where the last leg decided to ultimately come to cost him in terms of qualification for tomorrow night's finals. Moreno has been much more promising in Group C. We saw moments, didn't we, in Group A, but couldn't quite lap the consistency together. But it just seems to be something when he drops into the second group here, and I've mentioned it throughout the course of the day, that almost that element of there's no going back inspires him, brings the best darts out of him. Well, for these two, it's just one final little run out, empty the tank.
Yeah, well, this is a nice game.
First.
Well, obviously you want to be in
Game on.
a qualification position, but it is what it is, and you can really throw with a bit of freedom here and maybe experiment
40.
with a few things, change a few things, try a few things out.
And it won't be as the architectural football type sun lounger game where they're sat on the beach already because there's nothing to play for in terms of the table.
81.
Well, Mark Dudbridge was sat on the beach, wasn't he, not too long ago?
Yeah, he's did his prep for the World Seniors in sunny
43.
Benidorm. I think I might try that next time. It looked beautiful.
Sun's overrated.
Love the sun, mate. Can't beat the sun.
Wait till it gets warm in sunny Pompey in the summer.
99.
Well, we do have Port Solent, so I'm quite thrilled about that. When we were down
140.
doing testing here for the new venue, we had a couple of nice days down there, mate, didn't we?
Oh, you can waste a good day down on Port Solent, can't you?
Lovely shopping down there as well.
171.
Bit of Gun Wharf as well.
Yeah, lovely.
60.
That's the summer do
Mark, you
sorted.
require 150.
Oh, I mentioned about emptying the tank. Empty the bank account down there, that's for sure.
60.
Especially if you get yourself into the boss man.
134.
Oh, there's a couple of nice
Mark, you
little
require
boats down there, isn't
90.
there?
Oh, yes.
A couple of £20 million. I say in this position you can just throw with freedom.
But can it also creep into frustration because you also then
57.
have the thought of, well, where was this
Yeah.
earlier?
Yeah, I think when you're as experienced as Mark, you
83.
sort of get it, and you know how this rolls. He's been there, seen it, and done it. Got the T-shirt, got the trophy.
96.
We haven't quite got the trophy on offer on Saturday, but we do have a cheque which will be presented to our winner.
81.
And why didn't you get in touch with us at MSS Darts and tell us who you think is going to end up picking that cheque up?
Can't beat the big check.
125.
Oh, no. You get to have a chat with me as well, you know. All the joys in life.
60.
I wanted to keep mine and frame it and put it up on the wall.
Imagine what the response was.
100.
Same responses we get to a lot of our money spending ideas, Henry.
41.
Just a couple of words.
Mark, you require 123.
When you get there, go there a little bit more and...
55.
The thing is, although there's nothing riding on it, it's still personal pride, and
58.
all you ever do want
Mark,
to, as
you
a
require
dart player, is
68.
whatever game you play, the final game you play, make sure it's a good one. You use that as confidence going into your next games.
36.
There's two impressions you want to leave, and that's a good first and a good last. And that's exactly what this pair will want to do. Finish off with a high.
44.
Finish off with a win.
Mark, you require 32.
Dudbridge here. Double 16 for a 2-0 lead. To back the break which he accrued in the first leg with a hold in the second.
That's
And in
game
we go.
shot and the second leg.
2-0 Dudbridge.
Mark Dudbridge.
Halfway towards victory. Maybe he might have a reversal of his fortunes, because twice today he's lost
Third
4-0.
leg,
Maybe he'll
Moreno
round the
to
day
throw
off with a
first.
4-0.
Game on.
Lee Williams has taken care of Dennis Nielsen fairly comfortably.
60.
Scoreline of 6-3.
99. $140.
He averaged 98.48 in that win, did Louis Williams. Good to see him back
43.
finding a bit of form. It's been a rather quiet period for Louis. Really burst onto the scene, didn't he?
Big year ahead for Louis, I think.
In terms of retaining a card.
85.
Yeah, the number of players in around that bracket which they got big years ahead. Ian White is in serious danger this year.
Yeah, he had a terrible year last year, but
59.
already this year looking in good nick. Had some big numbers in the recent Pro Tours and did qualify for Euro Tour, I'm sure.
81.
Yeah, somewhere. I can't tell you where, but I know there was somewhere, wasn't it, on the sheet? A few of our regulars from last year playing in Euro Tours this weekend. Josh Payne, Aaron Monk, Graham Usher.
81.
Good luck to
Moreno
all of them, and good luck to everyone taking
135.
part in the Baltic Sea Open.
95.
One of the most northern parts of Germany, isn't it?
Go any closer, you find yourself in Denmark.
59. Moreno, you require 40.
Tots are Blom to make it 2-1 to half the deficit to half the arrears.
That's game shot and the third leg.
And Moreno Blom brings it back to 2-1, but Dudbridge here has the throw again to re-establish that two-leg cushion.
Yeah, got that break.
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw
The earliest
first.
opportunity.
Game on.
Moreno Blom will feel a whole lot better.
59. 57. 80. 180.
That's the game's first max, and it's in the leisure of Moreno Blom. Always a difficult scenario for these players because they know they can't play for anything in terms of qualification,
100.
but for the integrity of the competition, they always fulfill the fixtures and they fulfill it to the best of their ability, no matter how difficult
125.
emotionally and mentally it must be.
Yeah, play for pride, don't they? Never know when you're going to meet next. You get that win.
92.
The next
Moreno
time you
require
play each other,
139.
that will be logged.
99.
Went the right way that time.
Mark, you require 170.
And he's at a 164. Hey, can he he sign out with a big fish? Not to be this time.
100. Moreno require 40.
This is a much improved leg from Moreno
That's
Blom. And
game
once
shot
again,
and
double
the
10
fourth
is a
leg.
friend to the
Moreno
friendly
Blom.
Dutchman.
Responded well, hasn't he? 17 darter in leg 3.
Fifth
To
leg
hold.
is Moreno to throw first.
The break
Game
back
on.
comes in leg 4. A level game.
134. $100. 60.
Wish Dubs all the best when he does compete. I'm sure he's going up for that golden ticket event up in Blackpool. A month today.
48.
Whoever gets through that has most definitely deserved their shot at Phil Taylor.
96.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is going to be some field. The good and great of all the over 50s will be congregating in Blackpool to qualify for that one.
140.
So coincides with a couple of tour events,
79.
couple of ranking events there.
$46. Moreno require 132.
We've already seen this week, but Moreno Blom decides to start upstairs as opposed to the bull.
$60. Mark, you require 167.
167 for Dudbridge. Is it going to be another flashy shot? Not this time. And so, Blom back for 72 for a 3-2 lead.
72. That's game shot and the
Well,
fifth
this time,
leg.
his
Moreno Blom.
favoured double 12 is a friend. That's now 3 on the spin, trailed 2-0.
Sixth leg, it's Mark
And
to
it
throw
was
first.
all one-way
Game on.
traffic. But Dubby has it all to do.
$140. $60.
Right, coming up next, Danny
59.
Lauby against Josh McCarthy, which is effectively a shootout for the first space into tomorrow night's finals automatically. And then after that, Jack
100.
Main is in action against Carl Wilkinson.
Yeah, huge game. Oh, a couple of huge games coming up.
59.
Winner of the Lauby McCarthy game. Safely through. Loser
140.
is going to be cheering on Carl Wilkinson.
Be a nervous wait sat in that practice room. Or if you want to sit in the practice room, you may not want to see what
87.
happens. You might want to just go home.
Well, you can go up on the balcony and watch it, of course.
Oh, I couldn't think of anything worse.
59. Mark, you require 156. $100. Moreno require
Can Moreno finish off his week in style with a 142? Not this time. So Dudbridge is back for 56 to send us all the way to a 7th and deciding leg.
$76. Mark, you require 56.
Tops are free all.
Should be a great guide.
36.
Doesn't slide it down, so
Moreno, you require 66.
may go 42-24 here. That was the effort. Tops it is. Tops he
Game,
gets.
shot. And the match,
Moreno Blom
Moreno Blom
finishes off with a win, and a dismal day for Dubby. He will be desperately disappointed with his run of results today, but it is Blom who signs off with a win. Right, up next, one of two big games that await. Danny takes on Josh.
Right then, our penultimate game of the session, and it is a pivotal one in terms of determining who qualifies through for finals night. The winner will be through. The loser will have a nervy wait, a bit of squeaky bum time to see what Jack Main can produce in the final game of the day. Josh McCarthy, of course, had the opportunity a little while ago to send himself and Lauby through in the penultimate round of games. He was beaten by a superb display, with all things considered, from Jack Main. When Lauby and McCarthy faced each other yesterday, it was McCarthy who came through in a last leg decider, but as we've already mentioned, this is a different Danny Lauby to the one who started the Group C campaign. He's looking far more assured at the back end of legs. So who will be the first player through from Group C then? I think we're all looking forward to this one, so let's hand back to Henry and Mace to guide us through all the ebbs and flows.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Upon the completion of this, we will know who is definitely going to be there and who is going to be sitting around scratching their heads and wondering whether they will be in or not. There's two bites of the cherry, but this one's the safest option. If you win, then you're in. If not, then you are scratching around the surface when Jack Main takes on Carl Wilkinson. Danny Lauby, in terms of performance today, would go off the favourite, would go off as the most likely. Averages of 99.96, 93.37, 91.81 and 87.13. They're stratospheric numbers. Meanwhile, for McCarthy, a little bit of a wobble at the start of the day, 80.73 and an 80.90. That was followed up by an 82.07 and 82.04. If you look at the levels of performance today, it only points in one direction, and it points in the favour of Danny Lauby.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
140.
That's been reflected in the betting. At 9 o'clock this morning, Danny was 4-7, Josh was 5-4. Right now, he was the 2-5 favourite. So he has been backed well in here,
95.
Danny Lauby, and rightly so. And rightly so on the numbers that you just articulated.
121.
He is playing at a different level. right now.
Not just to the rest of the field in this group, but the rest of the week. If he gets through, it's dangerous.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to, if he does get through, to crunch the numbers tomorrow and just look at his average for the week.
60.
I'd be very surprised if he isn't topping those numbers and the 180s.
Still not seen an American at Champions Week in this new format. Could Danny Lauby be the first name to do it? Leonard Gates had darts to do it last week against
100.
Owen Bates.
Yeah, he was fabulous.
60.
Great value both on and off the hockey, Leonard Gates. I'm just glad there's no more dancing.
Yeah, also had Larry Butler here, didn't we, the same week?
55. Danny
we're gonna
require
be
120.
Getting David Cameron back for a week at some point.
60.
Had a great time with David during the seniors. He's current Masters champion, of course.
Will be in Blackpool as one of the 7 qualified players by winning the World Seniors Masters at the Lakeside back in May.
133. Danny requires
Good pressure
60.
from Josh.
That's game shot and the first leg. Danny Lauby.
Says, what pressure? Hush your mouth.
You know what pressure is for?
Tires, mate.
Second leg, it's Josh to
Records of
throw
the
first.
DJs.
Game on.
Oh, they used to be. Anybody use vinyl anymore?
No, Abby's a big fan of vinyl.
Yeah.
45.
Listened to her playlist in the pub the other day. My goodness.
57.
What happens when there's free jukebox? Frustration really is starting to creep in here for Josh. Just seeing
85.
yesterday when that odd slip happened, he just kept his cool about it, but now situation presenting itself as it is, you can just see that
60.
a bit of emotion creeping into his game that wasn't there yesterday.
Well, the permutations, of course, we've seen before with a few other players, and certainly plenty of times in this Group C where Carl Wilkinson has
81.
absolutely nothing to play for. Could be a spoiler for Jack, and it's hard for both players. Of course, the players are aware
55.
they sign an agreement with regards to integrity, and they were both players. Well, Carl will, well, they'll both be playing as hard as they can.
Certainly for Carl, he's also playing possibly for a place back here
94.
later on down the line,
Yeah.
whether that be a second invite in this phase or playing in the next series.
97.
Because there is plenty of people knocking on that door for this opportunity.
Absolutely.
$60.
McCarthy first to a finish. But Lauby's going to keep it handy.
140.
Keeps the
Just
pressure
require 136.
firmly applied.
Another one of them. Would have left double eight, and so Lauby now
96.
92.
Danny, you require 92.
Double his lead to break the throw of McCarthy, who finds himself left on tops. But that time, the Benjamin
49.
Button doesn't come up trumps.
Josh, you require 40.
Comes for a level game. Comes for 2 holes to throw.
That's
Now
game shot and the
it's
second leg.
a
Josh
best of 5.
McCarthy. Third leg is Danny to throw
Such
first.
a big game,
on.
isn't it?
140.
Now be there, showing that little snarl that we've been seeing the last couple of days. Now, when that's happened, it's like the Hulk.
97.
When he gets angry, he sees the green, and you see him do stratospheric stuff. He goes ballistic. He goes mad.
180.
You won't like him when he's angry.
Don't want to play him when he's angry. 40, backed up with a max.
54.
Has had a 10 this week. Oh. Was still a possibility.
140.
But finds yet another 140. I was going to say, a 180 would leave 170. The ultimate six-darter.
100. Danny, you require
Best conversion
41.
in world darts. Can Lauby convert for an 11? 12 will do. He's got the luxury of time,
21.
nonetheless. McCarthy has just got to hit and hope. Well, the hit bit's not going to be done.
41.
And so, under the church,
Danny,
he
you
is going
require
to have
20.
to pray and pray and pray.
That's game shot. And the third leg, Danny Lauby.
For he has sinned and for he has gone 2-1 down.
Huge
Fourth
gap
leg
in
is
the
Josh
averages as we
Dufresne
start leg
first.
4.
Game on.
Pretty much 90 for Danny. 79 for Josh. Only one winner if that stays the same.
43.
He is Laubying.
99.
Loitering around that 90 range, converting more than he's about missing. It's just economical. It's like that little V8 engine. You just know what you're going to get. You're going to get high performance.
60.
Two out of 6 on the
42.
doubles. Which means every single time he's getting a turn at the board at a double, your opponent is not coming back.
Real opportunity
44.
for Danny to get a breaker throw and do this in double quick time. Doesn't need to break throw, of course. That's down to Josh to do.
140.
And sadly, that mismatched dart at the ball could come back to cost
100.
McCarthy in the end proceedings. If he goes on to lose this one. Jack May in action against Carl Wilkinson. Any win for Maine, and he is into the finals.
180.
Room and mood to wait around.
Yeah, he's really kicked from leg 3 where he produced his first 180 of the match in a 14-darter.
100.
And he's down to tops
Danny,
after
require
12
40.
in leg 4.
Get it done in 5
That's game
visits. He
shot
will get
and
it
the
done in
fourth
5
leg.
visits. He's
Danny
averaging
Lauby.
93 and change. And he has the darts now to seal his place in Saturday night's final. Danny Lauby, by
Fifth
and
leg
large,
is
makes
Danny
it to this
throw
point
first. Game
in a
on.
week at the Super Series. And he has the darts in his hand to do it once again.
140.
What a way to start the leg. A 6th 140. Josh McCarthy yet to hit a 140.
81.
In fact, Danny's at 140s, then Josh is at tons.
90.
Yeah, let's have a look at the score in Power Pack just quickly whilst we have the chance. And that is where the differences in this game lie.
It's dominant, isn't it?
62.
And it's been those types of visits, really, hasn't it, for Josh? That's kind of been the undoing on top of the
80.
brilliance on Danny Lauby, whose average now is 94.5. It'd be his second highest average of the day, below the 99.96 he posted in his opening win against Moreno Blom.
95.
Yeah, he certainly set his stall out early today. Which, if you are going to be critical from time to time, he has
57.
been slow out of the gate, hasn't he?
He gets it tomorrow night. It's something he can ill afford to do in the truncated group stage format. But it's not a done deal yet.
99.
He's still got to land that
Danny
winning
require
double.
134. $84.
Tidies up. Leaves
Joshua
50.
require 164.
We'll get a go unless McCarthy can do a dubby.
Won't be doing a dubby. Things might be getting a little bit messy because Danny Lauby is going to return for 50 for the match, for the win for tomorrow night's final.
80. Danny, you require 50.
He has been the standout performer this week. He has put in the performances of the week.
Game,
and Danny
shot,
Lauby
and the match,
is a
Danny
finalist here
Lauby.
at the MODUS Super Series with another average north of 90. He gets the better of Josh McCarthy by 4-1, who now has to sit and play the waiting game in Group C. Those are the statistics from that one. Not much not to like about the Lauby performance. 91 average, 2 maximums, 6 140s, 4 out of 10 on the doubles. That has been Lauby to a T this week, and we are going to see him tomorrow night at finals night at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Josh McCarthy is provisionally in second place. However, if Jack Main gets the better of Carl Wilkinson after this short break, it will be Main who will be the man that joins Lauby into tomorrow night's final.
Right then, we have our first player through from Group C. We will be seeing Danny Lauby at finals night tomorrow. And of course, you could be here to watch the action unfold and to see who scoops the £5,000 prize and a place in Champions Week. Visit dartshop.tv to book your free ticket. But one place still to be decided from Group C, and it's all in Jack Main's hands, as a win by any scoreline will send him through. And well, he proved in his last match how capable he is of dealing with pressurised situations. situations. When his back was against the wall against McCarthy, when he was on the verge of elimination, he took out a sublime 1-1-2 before claiming a vital win in a deciding leg. And now he has the opportunity to inflict even more pain on McCarthy. So who joins Klassen and Lauby tomorrow night? Jack Main or Josh McCarthy? Henry Deacon and Chris Mason are going to guide you through our final match in Group C.
Thanks very much, Abby. Yeah, it's quite simple. Jack wins. He joins Danny and Yella. He loses. It will be Josh and Danny.
So we can confirm now Danny Lauby will be joining Jelle Klassen in tomorrow night's final here at the Super Series. Now that's already a cosmopolitan international lineup. So if you want to get your tickets, I'm going to recommend something now. Book them now. Because if Andy Jenkins gets through tonight, they will get knocked up within the space of 30 seconds.
First leg, it is Jack to throw first.
Great advice.
Game on.
Definitely be a darty party in Pompey. If Jenks does the business tonight.
It won't be quiet.
91.
These two met yesterday, of course, in the opening game of the session. And
70.
Jack Main would love a repeat. He won that clash 4-1 with a 93-61, 80% on the doubles.
59.
Maybe looking to replicate that. He has the throw. Everything in his hands. What he can't do is control what this man does.
99.
And I know these matches are easier said than done, but in his mind, he's got to think 4 holes a throw, and I am in to tomorrow night.
Yep.
60.
Not only is he in with a shout of the $5 tomorrow night, he could possibly be in with a shout for the 20 grand
93.
on Champions Week.
You could conceivably call this a £25,000 match.
Absolutely.
140.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure.
Our main started was left himself finish after 12.
60. Jack, you
And
require
he is going to get
151.
6 from 151 to take the opening leg with the darts.
That's a real nerve settler if you can hold in
60.
leg 1.
On 91. Right, to just get this done as cleanly as possible. You won't want any dramas.
61. Jack, you require 91.
We'll go 25 here.
$51.
Tidies up, but we know
How
what
you require
Wilco can do
118.
with numbers like this. There's the 60. There's the big 18. Ooh, that would have
78.
been a heartbreaker.
That was almost a
Jack,
sweep
you
for
require
Wilco at the
40.
checkout. Tops of main. Part
Game
1 of the
shot
job
and
complete.
The first leg. Jack
Just 3
Main.
more. And he is into Saturday night. And he deposes Josh McCarthy from that second
leg, it's
spot
Carl to throw
in Group
first.
C.
Game on.
Josh, of course, was the overnight leader, wasn't he? Josh has only picked up
81.
the 1 win today. You look at the list of games. Josh got off to a
83.
terrible start, losing 4-0 to Carl. And picked up a 4-3 win over Moreno.
95. 58. 140.
140 there for Wilkinson. He's on 185 with the throw.
Yeah, Josh started the day, didn't he, on 8 points. Came on 4 out of 5 yesterday.
100.
Just 1 out of 5 today.
Been a slow day for McCarthy, and he'll be disappointed with that. Although if he gets through, then it'll
145.
almost feel like a little bit of a bonus, and he can kind of feel like he's played a bit of a trump card here.
Yeah, he picked up 2 wins. The one I just mentioned, the 4-3 against Moreno, and then a 4-3 win against Dubby, and then we thought that was just going to be
That's
just
game
about
shot.
enough.
And the second leg, Carl Wilkinson.
That 4-3 defeat to Jack. And then a 4-1 defeat to Danny.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Of course, his undoing was that 4-0 defeat to Carl Wilkinson.
100.
Because that started the damage in the leg difference column, which is currently sat at 0 for Josh, with Jack on +8.
59.
The leg difference in purgatory, and Josh McCarthy's hopes are in purgatory. Will it be heaven or hell by the end of this one? Under the church.
59.
Will he be celebrating on the Sabbath?
Yeah, who's going to play like a god tomorrow night?
85.
May even see some devilish delights.
100.
Just keeping his nose in front, using the advantage of throw.
83. 140.
A few weeks ago, when Kevin Painter was in a similar position to this, wasn't it? And
I think it was Matt Clark, wasn't it? He had to win 4-0. He didn't actually know
40.
the scenario. He had to beat Colin Monk 4-0. He thought he was out. So he just went out and played, and just, which probably was, in hindsight, the best thing for him. And, well, you know, he picked up 20k. Nearly never was here.
yeah,
44.
down to a 2-dart finish. Maybe half the job done. 2 down.
136. Jack, you require 58.
Just do what he needs to do to get through
38.
the first blot.
Carl,
Is this
you
the
require
first
98.
red pen moment?
$58.
He will breathe a sigh of relief if he
Jack,
finds
you
this
require
double
20.
10. I fancied Wilkinson for that 98. Just had a feeling about it.
Big darts.
That's game shot.
Big
and
moment.
the third leg, Jack Main.
And the main man comes up with a big moment.
See how much that meant. You could see the reaction. It's so hard because you're playing a man under absolutely
Fourth leg, it's
no
Carl to throw
pressure
first.
whatsoever.
Game on.
He knew, Jack, that if he didn't take that double 5 out, Wilkinson's coming back for the board, and
97.
most probably he's coming back and taking the tops.
Yeah, and then you're in a world of trouble.
You're chasing your tail then.
Well, you fall into that trap where
100.
you begin to force, which we've seen from Jack on a couple of occasions this week. And like most people's throws, as soon as you really
58.
force the issue, the throw will break down.
$95.
Reminder, this is the first of 2 sessions of darts here at the MODUS Super Series today. We're going to be back tonight from 10 o'clock for the conclusion of Group B, where we see Andy Jenkins, Ryan
43.
Finesse and Dom Taylor all on 6 points at the top of the table. Then we've got Paul Hogan on 2 points, having won 1 game yesterday, and Jared Cole at the bottom of the table, yet to pick up a win
44.
in that group, despite averages last night of 93, 89 and 90.5. This week's been good for standard wise.
95.
Yeah, he did a Lauby, didn't he, last night?
But Dom Taylor started off, didn't he, with that 4-3 success against Andy Jenkins, and then
41.
Ryan Finesse, he came out the tracks brilliantly, didn't he? beat the two favourites in terms of the group. An 88 average, followed up by an 81 and 87. It was just efficient throughout the night. And then, of course, he finished with that ton on the nose, didn't he, against Paul Hogan?
96.
Yeah, that was that 60 dart four-legger, wasn't it? 100.20.
96. Carl, you require
Himself an
112.
outside chance of a breaker throw, unless he finds double 16.
80. Jack, you require 125.
Ball 25, ball 25, 60 tops. Neither.
40. Carl, you require 32.
For Desmond.
16.
The slap of the thigh told
Jack,
you
you require
everything you needed to
85.
know.
Oh, Jacoby, disappointing to still be on 85 after the go at 125. Going to get another go at the ball. Was nowhere near it last time.
60.
Much closer this time. That was for
Carl, you require
3-1.
16.
He'd have been throwing for 4-1. As it is,
That's
he's
game
going to
shot.
be
and
put
the
through the
fourth
ringer
leg. Carl
all over
Wilkinson.
again. It's 2-2.
And so, the final spot into tomorrow night's final from this group will go down to a best of three. Jack Main, if he can win two at the remaining three, which he'll have the darts in two of them, he'll be through. Carl Wilkinson is effectively batting for Josh McCarthy. He's the man at the crease for him.
100.
Where's your 10 pence now, mate?
It's firmly in my pocket. Now Jack will be thinking, go away, pal. You're not
55.
playing for anything. Leave me alone. No gimmies here.
140.
Integrity, professionalism and pride.
100.
Nice name for a business, that. IPP.
97.
Get my head out the sewer.
Trouble 18 to leave.
139. Carl, you require 164. 60. Jack, you require 67.
To go one away. Finds the treble. Double 8, now double 4.
59.
How crucial a miss may that end up being with Wilkinson now
Carl, you require
wanting
104.
104 for a breaker throw and a 3-2 lead. Main will be back. Or Winston
56.
Wilkinson. There's probably a cry for McCarthy somewhere in the practice
Jack, you
room.
require 8.
He would have been praying that 104 went.
That's game shot. And the fifth leg.
And now
Jack
the fingernails
Main.
will be chewed off if you're Josh McCarthy, because Jack Main now is a leg away. Wilkinson needs to win the lot to send him through. Jack Main is in the
Sixth leg, it's
privileged
Carl to
position
throw
everyone wants to
first.
be in, and that's
Game on.
to be within a leg of qualification. If he doesn't break this leg, he'll have the throw in the last. And the way that Wilkinson started, that may have to be the objective.
180.
Can only imagine what's going through the mind of
100.
Main.
$60.
He's edging closer. He's edging closer. He's heading towards the line.
100.
Potentially 6 darts away now. Is Jack Main from a place at tomorrow night's final. Another one of them. would be so handy, so
140.
crucial, so clutch.
161.
And he's going to get a go. He should at least now get a dart at the bullseye
98.
to seal his place.
Jack, you require 81.
That's a happy accident. It's one dart at tops.
41.
But it doesn't go. And so now, Carl Wilkinson, this is your chance to keep Josh McCarthy in play. It's going to be the one.
47.
But it couldn't be found. And so this is Jack's chance
40.
to join Danny Lauby in tomorrow night's final.
Game.
And the main man
and the match,
makes the
Jack
main event. Jack Main is a finalist on debut at the Super Series. He gets the better of Carl Wilkinson by 4 legs to 2. You have to feel for Josh McCarthy, who has played some brilliant stuff this week. It just wasn't quite to be for him. But Jack Main will join Danny Lauby and Jelle Klassen in tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We are halfway now to knowing the finals night field. That will be concluded with Group B later on this evening. But one final order of business for us this afternoon, and that is to get the thoughts of Chris Mason up on the balcony where he's chatting to Abigail Davies.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but even I've got clammy hands after that one. Jack Main, that was absolutely superb. The way he composed himself in those final 2 matches says a lot. We've spoken, haven't we, about his mental strength and how maybe he dipped his head earlier in the week, but that proved the other side of him. Yeah,
it's been a real rebuilding week for Jack Main, and he'd learned so much about him. It's, you know, it's one of those environments where you get that opportunity to find a little bit about yourself, and he certainly found out plenty this week and just stuck in there and rode his luck here and there, and that was hard. He's playing against a guy that's playing for absolutely nothing, and you just think to yourself, just go away.
Yeah, it's phenomenal, isn't it, when it comes down to the wire like that. Let's have a look at how the league table ended up then. Danny Lauby finishes top of the crop. Have to give him credit as well for the way he dug in there, especially having lost his opening 2 games yesterday. We come back to that 83 finish on the bull that he took out when he was 3-1 down against Carl Wilkinson to get himself motivated, to get himself moving through the gears. Those 2 players, the right 2 to go through for you?
Yeah, I think just about Josh McCarthy. I look at a couple of matches over today, definitely, and maybe, well, he won 4 out of 5 yesterday, so it's hard to be overcritical, but yeah, it just didn't pan out for him today, and Jack Main just stuck in and took his chances, and the undoing for Josh McCarthy was the start of the day, losing 4-0 to Carl Wilkinson. That put him under the gun from there on in. A little bit disappointing for Dubby. I thought there were some good bits on and off from Moreno Blom. I'd certainly look forward to seeing him back, but yeah, I think that certainly the 3 that have come through, A and C, were the right 3 for me.
Yeah, gut-wrenching for McCarthy in the end. But given how he adapted and got over the disappointments of his first visit here, we're quite confident, aren't we, that he will take the positives from this visit? Yeah, absolutely. It just shows what he's managed to achieve in a short space of time in terms of preparation from this and getting some all-important practice in. And he will want to come back and right the wrongs from today. Yeah, just a final word then on Group B. Of course, it gets underway from 10 p.m. this evening because there are still 3 more spots available at finals night. It's Andy Jenkins who currently leads the way. Paul Hogan, Jared Cole have left themselves a lot to do at the bottom of the table. Do you believe it'll be the 3 at the top now who will go through? Yeah, it's as congested as Group C was today. Yeah, it's all to play for tonight, and it's hard to see past the current top 3, but as we've seen today, anything can happen. It most certainly can. So make sure you join us from 10 p.m. this evening for the conclusion of Group B, where the field for finals night will be completed. We'll see you then.